What up, fools? Today is 4/21/2023. It is 11:03 p.m. Eastern Time.
Glancing.
We got Keffals spending her donors' money. Oh my goodness. What up, Z King? What up, Zach? Onslaught? Steffi? Gilgameshosaur? Or Mechasaur? Yeah, I know. I know you sent me the stuff. Then Ahrelevant and Darius talked about me. If you're watching this back and it's not live right now, check the description for timestamps. Sassafras works very hard on making sure you guys have those timestamps. So make sure you say thanks in the comments. Thank you, Sassafras. Thank you so much. Wassafras, yeah. What up, Aryan? Oh, you debated Radical Coder on abortion. I saw that he was doing a debate. I didn't know that he was debating you. I just scrolled through. I just saw it on like as I was scrolling through YouTube, I saw that he was doing like a debate. That's what's up. Yes, MathFish3, like the stream. Hit them thumbs upsies. Let's go. We mostly agree. I was trying to be pro-life, even though I don't hold that position. Hey. Radical Coder, you want to debate pro-life? I got you, homie. Just be sure you want to debate it, because I will turn you into being a pro-lifer. I will make you pro-life. Uru! What up? What it do? I forgot to send out notifications that I'm live, so. What is Chud doing in this freaking GIF on Discord, dude? What is he doing? What the hell, dude? If you guys haven't joined the Discord, go join the Discord. Check general. I don't know what the hell that is, dude. I don't know what the hell that is. That's funny. I think I was supposed to talk to Rezi the other day. We had talked about talking, but then normally he hits me up. Normally he messages me and he's like, "Hey, time to talk." I'm like, "Okay, cool." But he didn't do that yesterday. And I don't know. I don't know what happened. Tom, he's doing the old Newsy time. Oh, the old, just having a little Newsy time. True. Practice makes perfect. That's what I always say. Honestly, I've flip flopped on the abortion topic so much. Yeah, I'm super amenable to the idea that like women want to have bodily autonomy. I just I think that this is where the big disagreement is, and nobody really even like talks about this part because it's a really hard conversation to have. But like for the most part, the idea is like, should the child's bodily autonomy matter as much as the mother's, right? So lots of people like to say, oh, you want to put the child's bodily autonomy over the mother's. No, we don't want to put it over the mother's. We want it to be the same as the mother's. The child should have the same bodily autonomy and the same right to life as the mother. The part that starts to like that's a it's a hard conversation to have is because we want to say like, okay, well, go have sex with people, have sex with whoever you want, and then if you get pregnant, like you shouldn't have to worry about that. You shouldn't have to deal with that, and we should have ways for you to not have to like ruin your life because you got pregnant. I don't think that it should be okay to kill somebody because you want to have sex, right? And I think that's the I think that's where like the main disagreement is going to be. It's lots of people will say, "Well, I value being able to have sex, and as a consequence, I might get pregnant. So we need to be able to deal with that consequence so that I can continue having sex without having to deal with the consequence." And I would say, "Well, no. Like I don't think sex is that important. It's a good thing. I enjoy sex. It's awesome. It's not bad." But yeah, morally, I would say, like I'm pro-life from conception. Um, Legally, currently, I think it makes sense to have like a first trimester abortion limit. Didn't you say you are pro-life? Isn't that anti-abortion? What? What do you mean? I'm saying that you shouldn't care so much about sex to where you'd be willing to kill somebody. Pro-life means that you're like that you're anti-abortion. And then pro-choice means that you're pro-abortion. You attribute personhood in the moment of conception. Yeah, I would say so. I would say some sort of personhood. Like nobody has full personhood. Sorry, I don't want to say nobody. No child has full personhood. Nobody below the age of like adulthood has full personhood, right? So yeah, some type of personhood, sure. Like children are like treated as property, right? They don't get to do what they want. They don't have autonomy. They don't have personhood like an adult does. So, yeah, no, I wouldn't say they have personhood like everybody else, but I'm a simple man. When Tom is on, I watch. True. True. There was somebody, I forget their name, but they super chatted me last night while the stream was off. I think they super chatted $10 and said, "Sorry, I was so wrong about you. I really thought that you were pro Lav and that you were just trying to defend her. My bad." Um, so that was cool. Woke up to that today. But this is what I mean when I say that like the team sports stuff I think is like getting a little bit overblown. It's getting into people's heads a little bit too much where just like the smallest agreements with people means that you're fully on their side. This is like right now there I people messaged me. I came out with the Brianna Wu video today. A bunch of people DM'd me and they're like, "Bro, I want to comment and say that like Brianna Wu seems to be wrong and that Lav is not lying while Brianna Wu is screaming and yelling that she's a liar and everybody in the comments is like, yeah, yeah, Brianna Wu's the best. Like Lav is a liar. Lav lied all about her." They're like, "I don't want to say anything." They're like, "After seeing what happened to you, like I'm terrified that I just point out that Lav happens to be correct in this one instance. Everybody's gonna freak out on me." Oh, and I hit the damn like button. Well done. Well done. That is a feat. That is a feat unto itself to hit the like button on the Tomfoolery stream. You really gotta good. They should be scared. Yeah, I don't think so. I think like I think that people should obviously see Lab for what she is and all of that, but I do think that if people are starting to say that she's lying about things that she's not lying about, then I think lots of people when they'll see that, they'll be like, "Oh, wait. Okay, she wasn't lying about this. What else is she not lying about that everybody else is saying she's lying about?" I feel like there's a gigantic polarity switch in Ant- Antarctica, which is what controls the political and global climate of the world. Nah, just Twitch politics. They just it's just Twitch politics. Counterpoints made a follow-up video on his video with Lav. Yeah, we watched it yesterday. I think your argument is in the school of thinking of moral institutions. It is since humans are K-series species, we tend to care more about our offspring. Maybe we're biologically predisposed. I wouldn't even say like yeah, to some extent, but I would say that like just generally I care about humans. I think that we should care about humans. I think that morality only applies to humans and it applies to all humans. And so I think if we start drawing lines on like what morality applies to which humans and things like that, I think that that's generally like a bad thing to do. So, yeah. For the trading nudes for airtime thing, what if she lied about it the first time? Everything after that is her being consistently lying? What if she lied about it the first time? I don't know. The fact that she said it a bunch of times had nothing to do with whether or not she was lying for me. That was just whether or not it was a new claim. Because you said she mentioned it earlier. Yeah.
Brandon Cavallaro super chatted $1.34.
Come. Yeah. True. Yes. I agree. Come. Thank you for the $1.34, Brandon Caballero. Yeah, it wasn't like me mentioning that she said this stuff before was just that uh everybody was saying it was a lie because it was a new claim. That was like their evidence. It's like she's never said this before. This is a brand new thing. She never said this once before. And so that's how we know she's lying. It's just a new thing that she just made up. And I'm like, wait, but no. Like, it's not a new thing. It's just that it seems like, no people like Zonia and Chud and these people, they just don't have enough information to talk about this topic is what it is. That's they don't know enough about it, and so they just don't know. They don't know enough to say what is or is not. But if they want to ask me questions, I'm just kidding. I don't actually believe that. Like everybody, like this drama's been insanely convoluted. I don't fault anybody for not remembering what happened months ago on a stream with Zonia and Stardust screaming and yelling at Lav the entire time. Like, yeah, I don't fault anybody for not remembering that. Chud versus Tom, let's go. What? What? Me? Me and Chud? What? What? Yeah, I heard everybody's gassing him up. they're all gassing him up. We gotta get that clip of him calling me a retard on as a notification sound. From now on, every time you guys donate to me, it's gonna be Chud going, Tom is such a fucking retard. uh, I mean, Chud and I, like, neither one of us ever thought that we agreed on everything. Like, most of our interactions are us disagreeing with one another. Most of it's us, like, arguing about things. So, uh, it doesn't make like a huge difference for me that he thinks I'm wrong about something or that I think he's wrong about something. Why doesn't he like you, Tom? Chud? Chud likes me. Me and Chud are homies. Chud has been a huge help to my channel, dude. Um he's he's promoted the hell out of me. Tom, play the clip. Uh, I don't wanna. He's a red blood cell. True. The clip. What do you mean there? She didn't say they had sex yet.
Is Tom fucking retarded or something? Tom is honestly one of the most brain dead fuckers that covers all this shit, okay? Just stick your fucking nose out of it, Tom, you retard. You clearly don't know what the fuck you're doing, okay? What fucking planet are you sat on? Sat there going, oh, what's the problem here, guys? Oh, they're not talking about sex, so what's the problem? What a fucking retard.
What do you mean there? I was retarded right there. He's not wrong. I actually was retarded right there. I totally misread what the person said. I thought they were saying something about like I thought they were saying like they had sex, and I was like, what? They didn't say that they had sex, but they said that they had like a sexual something else or another, which was wrong, but the but yeah, I was a fucking retard right there, so he's not wrong. I was so tired when we went over this. Like I even when we started it, I was already like completely out of it. If Steven continues to simp for Lav would continue streaming shit on other people. Wait, what? Stream? Is that? I'm sorry, I'm lost on what you were trying to say there. Summer. The good old days when Chud didn't have a 1 HP, boys. Yeah, why? What does he have? Does he have COVID or something? Sometimes semen can cause Barrett's esophagus. That's my guess. Okay. Dude, I don't know what's wrong with me right now. My voice is like going out and I'm coughing. I didn't have this problem until literally when I started stream. Chud's getting me sick, dude. If Steven was on her side, would she still speak of Steven's messy relationship or continue to enjoy the attention and clout? Stop making out with Chud. It's from his semen. They just explained. Growling says only 15 likes. Y'all whack. Smash the like button. True. Allergies are starting to get going. Yeah, I left work like a couple weeks ago with like my eyes like all swollen out of my head. He clarified it. Okay. Oh, wait. Were they talking about me? I can't tell. Cuz yeah, I did clarify that. I was like, "Okay, my bad. I was wrong." Oh yeah. Yeah, that is. Okay, yes, they are talking about me cuz that's Harry that I'm yelling at during this. So yeah. Okay. It's funny like never mind. But yeah, it might just be that I was like I had to walk outside from my car to here, and so now I got allergies. The pollen got me. These are some of my
This
This
is
is
the
the
perfect
perfect
like I
time
said,
to
like
put
it's
this-
not parody anymore. Like I don't know,
No,
like
it's
it's
awesome.
gonna stay there for a fucking
It's
year.
amazing.
Okay,
parody
like-
now.
Can we put like a black marker on the bottom that says hashtag
Oh my god, this
dog
could
and
go
chicken?
viral now.
Oh no,
I
I
was about
put the
to say,
link tree
We should
link on the
set it up
cutout.
at one of Chicken's favorite liquor stores.
No,
just every
don't,
time-
don't. I
The
don't know. I
Linktree
don't know
link
if
is
I
on
want
the
this in
cutout.
South Dakota now.
No, it's coming.
Right at the
Do I need to
border.
get it out. I'm gonna get it out.
As soon as we hit the border, that thing is just gonna sit there until it rots away.
And we got Tom Foolery in
Tom
the comments.
Foolery, what up, brother?
I'm just gonna stream
what are
your
you
shit.
doing on
Well,
that?
I
Oh,
mean,
man.
as
Well,
you should. I
Why
mean,
don't you
folks.
sure about
join,
that?
Tom? You
I
should
mean-
always just join.
Well, yes, you should also subscribe to KW Nation on YouTube, TikTok, and Twitch, Big Buck and Empire on YouTube and Facebook as well. And check out my new show, Hazard Analysis, on YouTube. But most importantly, KW Nation, YouTube, TikTok, and Twitch. That's KOE Nation. Sorry, Chicken. Guys, I'm never above shameless self-promotion.
Never, never above it.
I
Tom,
forgot
you
how
know
big
this as well.
Thing is. Holy shit.
And let me find Tom. I'm gonna send Tom an invite. I know, Phil.
God.
This like reduces your chances of ever restreaming this on Twitch sometime.
Ah, it's fine. It's fine.
But
Let's go say hey to them real quick, and then we'll get into all the Keffals stuff. Let's go say hey to my homies. Oh no. Okay, hold on. I gotta fix my camera. Damn it. I forgot I did this. Damn it. Why? Sassafras, why are you still here? I thought you were going. I thought you were leaving. I thought you were gone. Gone, get. Gone. Bye. Bye, Felicia. It's still early on the west side. Oh, okay.
that's what
What do
she
you call
seed.
giving the up down?
That's what
folks.
she seed. I love that.
Yeah.
Oh, that's beautiful. That's beautiful. I can't wait.
Well,
Can't
oh,
wait.
well.
We're strong.
that is.
Now I've got to resituate my camera.
Yeah. All right. We'll let you do that.
Thanks.
Tom.
What up, what
welcome
up?
Back, buddy. How you been, man?
Been
Welcome,
well.
Tom.
How are you guys doing?
Oh, you know,
Fantastic.
This is actually the return of Chicken. Chicken's been on hiatus, and you just got in on the grand return of the Chicken. He's now in his new castle in the middle of South Dakota. I don't know. what he's gonna call
Thomas.
it. Huge, huge. It's been
Everybody's excited to see Tom.
I
Tom's-
am.
Tom's
excited
not
to be
expecting that, but
Tom, how we doing, fool?
Doing well. What why you guys I haven't seen you guys on for a while. Where you guys been?
So we've been on like the Dog and Chicken Show's been on like a 5-week hiatus. Phil and I launched a new show called Hazard Analysis.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so we've been doing that since Chicken's been gone. It wasn't right to do like multiple weeks in a row without Chicken, so we launched that. Tom, you're gonna have to get on that one. It's more of a panel style show, so
it's
Totally
more up
down.
your alley.
oh,
Yep.
absolutely. I'll get up your alley.
God
Nice.
almighty.
For the love of God.
But well, so
Oh,
Tom,
Jesus, now they're all
hold on,
coming out of the
hold on,
woodwork.
Hold on.
what's happening?
I
Hold on,
see.
hold on.
Hold on, Phil. Phil, here you need to address this.
Oh, you were summoned, Ty.
Fuck you,
Were you
Ben.
there?
I am
Were
short,
you?
Ben,
So,
but
Ty, it's
so
so unfortunate
big.
for those who don't know. Ty actually blocked me for 24 hours on his Discord for
Ooh.
speaking truth about the fact that we had a leak showing that we had special forces on the ground in Ukraine, and our government has been lying to us about our involvement in this war. They are diving us headlong into this war and putting American bodies, our sons and daughters, very much at war, very much at risk. And it is so unfortunate, Tiberius, that your fidelity is to this war instead of your fidelity to this truth. It's unfortunate. So, but again, Ty, if you had better confidence in your arguments, you wouldn't need the censorship. You wouldn't need to run to the intellectual hall monitors. So I get it. I take your implicit concession.
I hit the button too
And Ty was blocked for 5 minutes.
5 minutes.
The ultimate thing of irony.
Nice.
I hit it too early, and I was like, "Son of a bitch!"
Like, yank. You're wait, but like so.
Yeah,
so,
we don't have like troops on the ground though. We have like spies and
special
like
forces.
yeah, special forces and
Yeah,
crap
they're
like that.
probably
Yeah.
people
Those are-
training people.
We got over
locally.
100 NATO special forces on the ground
They're the
in
same guys who
Ukraine right now.
teach those Afghanis
Yeah,
how to
but
do
less than
jumping
100
jacks
Americans,
before we
right?
get
Well,
out of there.
Well, here's the thing. Like, if I'm just gonna be frank,
Is that an act of
if
war?
anybody
If
thinks
it's
that,
one or one or 100 or 1,000,000, is that an
Do
act
it,
of war?
Yank. Do it.
and what if they die?
Fucking
That's-
drop that shit.
But like, here
Do
we
it.
go. Here we go.
Attaboy.
Nailed it.
Oh. And yeah, like Brendan says, spec ops are troops. And here's the thing: if you think these special operations, these special ops troops in Ukraine have not had some shape, form, or figure of combat they've engaged in during their time there, you're not a smart person. Let's be
Okay,
frank.
Phil.
Okay.
So just so you know, I texted.
We
Ty,
get the
and I said,
Tom
"Dude,
Foolery, like, oh,
dude,
fuck that.
Ah,
I need you.
I've missed
I
that
need you in
face
here
of
for like
just-
a minute." And he just sent me a message. Did you get what you wanted? So you have no idea. He has no idea it was you. So
So
I've
Tom,
missed Tom's
I'll
face of
throw the
disdain.
question to you, Tom. Whether it's one person, official military person in Ukraine, if it's one or 1,000, like what's the line? Because it seems like everybody's trying to make this not a big deal. Like, well, of course we have people there helping train, but like we have people there, like, which was not a thing.
Presence is still a
2
presence.
weeks ago was not a thing, but now it's a thing.
Yeah.
Now,
Yeah,
now,
I know. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say that we all suspected it was a thing. Like if you didn't think it was a thing prior to the leak coming out, you probably were a fool. We all kind of knew there was probably some special ops training going on. Like, this is not a surprise to most people that have been paying attention. But the fact that it's now confirmed or allegedly confirmed, or the leak confirms it, whatever. Now the argument becomes like, what kind of presence determines an act of war?
Yeah, I don't know that the presence makes all that much of a difference, especially when you consider all of the funding that we've been putting into Ukraine already.
That's
Anyways,
probably
all
more
of
of
the
an act of war.
yes, like all of the equipment that we've been sending them, all of the the military equipment. We've been sending them satellites. We've been doing all sorts of funding for them and helping them already. That is a much bigger deal than less than 100 special
kinda
ops and
like
spies
If
over
there's
there.
like one guy that's like holding the belt-fed machine gun, and then the guy next to him's holding the belt to feed the bullets in, and they're like, "What? I'm not in this. I'm not doing nothing at all. I'm just
I'm just the
feeding
guy
the
that's
bullets
picking up
into
all
the
the pins
belt-fed machine gun.
from the
That's
grenade."
all."
Well, no, I no, but I am saying that if you buy them the machine gun, and you buy them 1,000 machine guns, but then you have like 10 guys standing off to the side watching them fire off the 1,000 machine guns. Like, who cares about those guys,
on.
dude?
No, go with the old trope. Give a man a fish, he eats for a day. Teach a man to fish, he eats for a lifetime. What's really worse?
Got like killing people.
Oh, I'm sorry, there's not murder in the analogy, chicken, you fucking asshole.
I'm like, we're talking about war. You're talking
What
about
if you
like
kill
survival.
the fish?
But yeah, like,
It's
and
a
to me, like,
soliloquy.
I always
God.
bring up to folks, like, it's never dangerous to be pro-war past 30. It's very dangerous for there to be war on the horizon when you're anywhere from 14 to 22. That's a very dangerous time for there to be war. And so, like,
Yeah, I'm not
kinda
happy
worried
that
about
there's
the
troops on the
Zoomers.
ground. I want to be clear. I'm not happy that there's troops on the ground. There should not be
Here,
troops
here.
on the ground. It is like, that is a terrifying thought to think that any American troops are on the ground in Russia. There should not be whatsoever, or in Ukraine. They should not be fighting against Russia. This is like the last thing in the world we want is for America to actually go to war with Russia. That is like the last thing the world wants. And so, yes, it is definitely not a good thing to have troops on the ground there.
Well, we are all at least in agreement there, because like that's one of the things that, like, if one of those American troops gets killed in action in Ukraine, well, first of all, they're probably never going to tell us about it, because like the funny thing is, like,
What?
in the lead up to this, like they would, like, literally the day before the leak, the folks who really supported this war would be insisting to you, no, there's no troops there, there would never be any, absolutely not. And then the day after the leak, they're like, yes, we were lied to, and not only I agree with the lie, it's a good thing that we were all lied to. And it's very fascinating, because there's an unfortunate reality that I fear that too many folks in this particular conflict, they just want to be able to say they were right, and they don't care how much they're willing to sacrifice for it. Bandit goes, clean cut, direct action. We're probably doing it now. Most likely, there's a non-zero chance of that. We don't have any proof of it, which is awful,
Right.
because it could be diving us headlong into World War fucking III. And the battlefield will be Ukraine, folks. Who would have thunk it?
Let's charge the U.S. government $1 million to pay per man in Ukraine.
That's about what we're paying.
Give an illiterate villager an AK, he'll self-delete. Teach an illiterate villager how to use an AK. Walter Cronkite will tell his country the war is lost. That was fucking deep, Bandit.
Wow.
Goddamn.
God
Jesus.
damn.
ChatGPT ain't got nothing on Bandit tonight. Government lies.
Government lies. What? Brendan, if you need an invite, hit me up.
But yeah, we need to get through with this Ukraine war so that we can pool our resources for the coming ChatGPT AI versus humanity war, because that one's going to be pretty fucking brutal.
Well, I mean, regardless of who wins between Russia and Ukraine, like we just need to start gearing up for
We all lose.
Right.
for the sex robot invasion from
So what's
China.
while we're on the topic of Ukraine, like
Oh, no.
Tiberius D's back in the chat. Like what's the end of this? Like, is there a potential positive outcome to the Ukraine
No.
war for anybody at this point that we can see in the next like 2-3 months?
I have one question before I answer that. Has anybody died?
Yeah, a lot of people. have
Then
died.
yeah, there's no fucking positive anything. No positives at all.
It could be the new Israel-Palestine, it just goes on forever.
So we shifted the
Oh,
Middle East.
that's
a
actually,
little bit
Tom,
over.
The day the war broke out in Ukraine, Tiberius actually came onto my stream, and I made this prediction with him that what's eventually going to happen, and who knows where, and it looks like it's going to be somewhere along some river in Ukraine, but where is not important. I predicted there's going to be some line drawn, and the Russians are going to build some sort of Berlin Wall 2.0, and then to the Russian boomers, to their mind, the West is contained. And that's how the war is ultimately going to end, is this weird standstill where we all play hopscotch around this fucking little border, and nobody blows their nukes off for 20 years, but we just go back to sort of almost a Berlin Wall stand.
Phil, I don't mean to interrupt you here. I see in Tom's chat right now, everybody's like losing their mind, like,
Clark
oh my
W
God, they're at
super
the
chatted
embassy.
$2.
The
Tom
troops
should
are
be
at the
on the front
embassy.
lines, inshallah.
Like, yeah, like no. I think we all know there's always troops at the embassy. Is that what the leak actually said? Is that there's just troops at the embassy, or that there's
Wait,
actually
Walker.
troops?
No, that's what the damage
outside of-
control said. Like,
Right,
oh,
right.
they're just at the embassy. Really, believe us, please. Tiberius, either Ukraine wins or we fight the Russians in Poland. Here's the thing: how many generations are you willing to sacrifice to Ukraine? 1 generation, 2 generation, 3 generations, 5
How many
generations?
people do you want to die?
because like to be frank, like I'm always wondering what is the limiting principle here in this war, because like this is a nuclear power, and at the end of the day, this is different from anything we've ever dealt with in our history. And I'm sorry, Ukraine isn't worth 2 or 3 generations of American blood and treasure. It just isn't. So I'm asking, what is the limiting principle? Because it seems, Tom, folks that are taking your stance don't care if the world is reduced to cinder so long as they can stand upon the ash and declare themselves, I was right.
What
And
what
I
is
don't
my
think that's worth it.
stance? What is my stance?
No, I'm not
said
talking.
Well,
Sorry,
no,
Tom. I
you
meant to say
said your
Tiberius.
stance.
I'm
I
sorry.
don't want troops in
Yeah,
Ukraine.
yeah, Phil,
I
you
meant
did,
to say
you
I-
did assume his stance. Don't
But I
assume
am
his
saying that,
stance,
yeah, it
nor
doesn't
his
seem like-
gender, nor anything.
Yeah,
okay?
like
Phil,
I said,
back
I don't
off.
think there's troops on the ground.
I
I don't
misspoke,
want
Tom. I
troops
didn't
on the
mean that.
ground.
I didn't mean to say
But yeah, like as far as I know, there's still no troops on the ground. But like yeah, I as long as there's no troops on the ground, as long as there's nobody there like actually fighting or anything, it doesn't seem to make much of a
Well,
difference
then why
because
do they need to lie about their presence in the first place?
I don't
Like,
I don't
if they're just protecting an embassy, like they said. Now, Tom, you are a very lucky and a very blessed man, because we have a special guest here. And also, Ty, there's a big
Oh, shit.
difference between
Yeah.
considering something and telling people you actually did something. But all
Tom,
right,
Tom, we
Brandon.
got a special treat for you. I don't know if you're ready for this, but this is gonna be amazing.
Are we ready for the intro?
Is it Nancy Pelosi?
Yeah, hit the intro,
Roll it.
buddy.
Yeah,
Let's do
yeah.
it.
Dude, Nancy Pelosi is gonna hit your yeah.
Let's go.
What a fucking joke. Hey, we got Joseph R. Biden.
Let's go.
The current steward of the Oval Office, the current occupant of 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, the con man in chief himself. Joe, how we do? Tom, this is a very lucky occasion. It's not every day that when you come on to the Dog and Chicken Show, you just immediately bam get Joseph R. Biden.
And Joe, tonight you have a fan. Tom is a big fan of yours.
Best president of all time. Let's go.
I knew I had one out there. Thanks for voting for me 8 times, Tom.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate that.
Now,
And
Joe,
at least 50% of those were legitimate. I really appreciate that.
Joe, on the other hand, I did not vote for you. I just wanted to let
Yeah,
you know.
you did, actually.
No, Joe, I did. I'm pretty
Oh, I
sure.
promise you. Yes, you did.
Now it turns out, yeah, I voted for you 8 times in Georgia. Son of a
So
biscuit.
Joe, I see you're drinking Bud Light.
Can't get enough of it. Oh, after last week, falling off the wagon, trying that beautiful woke beer, it's God's elixir. It's amazing.
God's elixir.
I've never felt so youthful in my life.
Yanks with you. I see Yanks.
Oh, He's a smart dude, smart cat, smart kitty cat. I knew I smelled some pussy around here.
It is. We got Joe Biden with George Bush's voice. It was awesome.
That's right. Look, when you have a couple Bud Lights, things get a little you open up.
You start to think you're from Texas.
That's what happened to George Bush.
But I voted down there a couple of times, especially in this last election.
Voted down there a couple of times. Tiberius, considering your voting record of not voting for a winner in the last 3 cycles, please vote for Biden, please.
Oh, he's going to. Even if he doesn't want to, he's going to. That curly-headed fucker's going to vote for me whether he likes it or not.
Well, I do have to move on to other stuff. I did want to jump on Joe. If you could send me more of these mRNA vapes, I'd appreciate it. Everybody else, thanks for having
Good
me.
to
on.
see you, Tom. Any last words for Joe before you go?
Yeah, no, that's it. I just I like my vaccine vapes. I got to make sure that I am always more vaccinated than everybody else, and so I really
I'm just glad that you're a true American patriot and hero.
I don't want to murder anybody like the rest of these guys, so you know.
Kiwi Nation, YouTube, TikTok, and Twitch, and later you triple commie, no good
Good to see
rapscallion,
you,
ne'er do
Tom.
well quadruple.
Thanks, guys.
Marxist.
Have a good night.
Peace.
Peace out, buddy.
Okay. That was fun. Tom should be on the front lines. Did you cover Keffals sued London police article? Not yet. Not yet. We haven't covered anything yet. Except for the, you know what? The one thing that we did cover is that there's Americans out there killing Russians apparently. That's if anybody with half a brain knows that. Obviously. You're talking about Phil appropriating gay culture? He's like Chris Farley. He does some great Chris Farley impressions, dude.
Well, since
He looks just like him. All right, let me get my camera back on here. Oh no. All right, there we go. Beautiful again. Good on you. What you mean, my stance? Yeah. Tom, was that a serious statement comparing Ukraine to Israel and Palestine? No. 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 I don't even think that the way he kept saying that, like, oh, we're obviously troops have been there the whole time, they're fighting everybody. Obviously, everybody knows that. I don't think any of that, no. But that's like every time I go on there, I have like massive fights with them, so I was like, I started making faces, and as soon as I started making faces, I'm like, okay, I gotta chill. Like, I don't think they like having me on because I end up just arguing with them the entire time, every time. So I gotta chill. So Nostradamus is another channel that we had for a little while. Tom, I was so mad. That's good. That's good. But yeah, one of the first videos that I put out over here, where is it? Is a debate with them.
They didn't want to heed the fucking call. They wanted a bunch of redneck dumbasses to fucking storm the Capitol. That's what they
Hunter Biden does not work in the White House. I keep hearing this. And here's the problem.
The government. Guess what? Super fucking easy, and we've been seeing it for 2 years.
You didn't
So
respond
Tom,
to what I asked
Tom,
you. though.
Tom,
Do you
the
stand there holding that door and making sure that the other people don't come through, or do you just open it up?
You clearly have
No,
never
you
played
pretty
Call
much
of
just
Duty
let your
Zombies.
fucking your cell phone business burn to the ground
not
and go,
gonna answer
why
that.
did you do this?
Maybe Tom's right. Maybe they broke in through a window and they're already inside. Maybe they're like, how
So
in
they're
the fuck?
drawn on.
How in
yes.
the fuck did this end up that?
Yes.
So
I
even
just-
AOC is saying, this is pretty fucked up. The cops just opened the fucking door. So I'm sorry. This is a pretty bipartisan concern at this point,
No,
Tom.
it's
Only
not
the
good.
most...
To me, that's
I literally hold
Touche,
on.
Sorry.
She got
Hold
that
on.
ass,
Right,
Bob.
Can
both saying
someone
it's
please
fucked up.
mute
You can
him?
try
I
and
can
fix-
never get
Hold
through
on,
a sentence.
hold on.
You're
Don't do
using
that
that
when
as
you're
an
highlighting
example.
targets in the building,
Stop
dude.
using
You
it
don't
as an
respect
people
You
then.
don't get
What are you
what? Oh
talking
my
about?
god! Dude.
I don't.
Like-
You're just
Tom,
saying random things. I don't
like,
know
if
how.
the
No,
name
I'm
was
Not
reading.
random.
Hold
Tom,
the
if
fuck
the name
on.
was
I am
Trump instead of
reading.
Biden at the
That's
end
it.
of it, come on,
She is
dude.
hot, and I
She
do
is-
like her
I get-
because she's hot, and that's perfectly fine. There's nothing wrong with that.
Finally,
Every
we
girl,
fucking got
There's
down
not.
to
every
it.
girl
He's not
that
wrong.
I have
He's
ever
not.
agreed with, I have only agreed with them because they are hot. There is no.
Reach across 3 rows of seats.
Baby,
So yeah, this is me debating them on like the January 6th stuff, the Hunter Biden stuff. This was a fun debate. This is a fun one. So yeah, if you guys want to go check that out, that's on Nostradamus. It's like the second video that was ever published on there. This was because, yeah, we started a new channel because I just wasn't getting views over here. No matter what I did, no matter what I posted, no matter what I talked about, I could not get views over here. I would have Destiny on, doing like IRL interviews with him, and still could not get views on it. It was insane. It was insane. It's like not streaming anywhere else, and I'm with him, talking to him, and still could not get views on it. I would have Vosh on, and he's not streaming, and still could not get views on it. Like, every time we would have people on, we just could not get views. It was so frustrating. And then, so then we started a new channel just to see if we could get more views on stuff. And the very first video hits 1,000 views. Like, I was doing like 100 to 200 at most on all of my videos. Like 100 to 200 at most. And then, so yeah, so I posted this video and immediately got 1,000 on it. And so I was like, okay, cool. Cool. This channel's not blocked. We can actually do something over here. And then, yeah, no, immediately 41 views, 24 views, 58 views, 176, 51, 321. Like, it just went right back to what it was like before. This was a horrible one, dude. This one was horrible.
Let me explain.
Maybe you're miscommunicating. Could be a symptom of your autism, Tom.
Probably.
You're
I
saying,
know what
hold
I'm
on,
doing.
hold on,
You're a liar,
hold on,
Tom.
hold
The
on,
issue is
hold
you're a
on,
liar.
hold
We just
on,
watched
hold
a
on,
clip
hold on,
where
hold
you
on.
diagnosed me with autism
Hold
over
on.
the internet. You're trying to pretend
Hold
the
on,
diagnosis means
hold
something
on.
else.
I sat and shut up while you made absolutely no
No,
sense.
you
So
didn't. You
just,
talked over me.
I didn't.
You interrupted.
Oh, wait. No, hold on. I have to show you guys this. I have to show you guys this. You guys have to see this. This is such a great freaking video, dude. Nostradamus was a Giga Chad name. It is. It's such a good name, dude. It's such a good name. I still want to change my name to Nostradamus. I still want to change my name to Nostradamus, but I've already put in too much work branding tomfoolery. But like Nostradamus is like tomfoolery is like a very like weird kind of goofy guy that like nobody really respects, and he's just kind of out there doing his thing. Nostradamus, that is a prophetic, respectable man that everybody can look to lead them to the promised land. Been watching you since the pop-ons, Tom. Wait. Been watching you since the old pop-ons. The old pop-ons. The old pop-ons. What? I'm sorry. What pop-ons? I kind of missed the original intro with all the different guys saying tomfoolery. That was a good intro, yeah. That was a good intro. That was a based intro. Okay, this is like 3 minutes long, but I'm gonna make you guys watch it real quick. This is good. So I gotta check my email anyway, so I'm gonna make you guys watch this video. Politically provoked pop-ons. Oh, yeah. You're right, tomfoolery fits you better. Shut the hell up, Chase. Shut up.
One of the things that you said was like that you diagnosed me with autism, which was kind of insane. I don't know what your qualifications were for that. Diagnosed you over the internet with autism.
I don't think I was diagnosing you. I think I said, I think he has autism. I don't know. Wasn't diagnosing you.
What do you think a diagnosis is?
Somebody's telling you what you have. I'm not telling you what you have. I'm taking an educated guess.
That you were saying that I had autism.
I'm looking at it right now. I said I want to say he's a high functioning autist.
Did you claim to have autism? That's what a diagnosis is.
I didn't claim you have autism. We
Yes,
just
you
listened
did.
to it. We
Yeah,
just
you
listened
said
to it.
you said that I'm probably a high functioning autistic or a high functioning autist.
No, that's not a diagnosis.
A diagnosis is an identification of an illness.
Correct.
You identified it, right? Is autism an illness?
Wait, that's stupid, but sure. If you want to be uber pedantic and say that
You're
that's a
being
diagnosis.
pedantic. You're trying to weasel away from diagnosing me with autism over the internet.
Yes, my son has autism. Mom, what are you diagnosing me with autism for? What qualifications do you have? Son, what? I didn't diagnose you. Stop trying to weasel away, Mom. What are your qualifications? Son, don't be so pedantic. No, you're being pedantic.
Just want to know what the fuck your qualifications for that are.
I just told you I'm not diagnosing you, so I don't need
Yeah,
qualifications
you're trying
to
be,
not diagnose you.
The issue is you're delving into pedantry and you're wrong on it, right?
No, I'm making it clear that I don't know that you're autistic. That I'm guessing.
You said I'm probably autistic.
Correct.
Clark
This is like a
W
Patrick
super
Wallace.
chatted
Okay,
$2. Tom is the tism.
Yes, Tom is the tism. True.
And that's why I'm saying, sure.
I'm
if you
hereby
want to be
diagnosing you with
that
Down syndrome.
pedantic
Thank
with
you,
it, then
Clark.
sure, fine. I diagnosed you.
I'm hereby diagnosing you with Down syndrome. There's nothing pedantic about that.
Well, I didn't say
This is
that.
obviously what diagnosis is.
I didn't say I'm hereby diagnosing you with anything.
Yeah, I'm aware you didn't say that. You said that I probably have autism.
Correct.
Yeah, I just want to know what your qualifications are that let you diagnose people with autism.
I have qualifications to guess as to whether or not somebody has been diagnosed with autism.
And in the future, you probably shouldn't diagnose people over the internet with autism.
We'll agree to disagree there, but
Why do we disagree?
because I think that I can find patterns over time that correlate with people who I know to be autistic and see that in other people and think, oh, they might be autistic.
What are the patterns that you look at for autism?
Trouble with self-awareness, somebody who has issues understanding other people's emotions, or understanding what it is that other people are trying to communicate, especially with like nonverbal communication.
Okay. Well, I don't know. I think it's a weak accusation of autism. I think if you want, I'll link you the DSM-5 criteria.
It was meant to be a weak accusation of autism. Like that's the whole. He literally like right there, like gives me the debate. Like yes, it was supposed to be a
Clark
weak
W super chatted $2. My syndrome may be down, but my money is up.
Well done. Let's go. I think Clark, I don't think you're the only one. I think half the people in the chat have autism. It seems like I unironically, it's like it's insanely common in Twitch politics. Like there's I think Zonia, I believe, has autism. The Lav says she has autism. I don't know if that's true. I think I don't know. I have no clue if that's true or I can't stand Sith. Yeah, Synth is rough. Like this entire debate came because he had his debate with Destiny. I reviewed his debate with Destiny, and then he got really mad about how I reviewed his debate with Destiny. So then he wanted to come debate me on it. But during the debate, I was being overly charitable to him. He says that I was making fun of him, but I wasn't. I was trying to be charitable, and I was like, guys, we were like halfway through the debate, and I was like, guys, it's possible that he just doesn't get it, and that like if we give him time, like I was like, I want to go to sleep, I want to end this and go to sleep, but I feel like that would be messed up if he does end up understanding later in the debate and we all just leave it here where he just doesn't get it. So we'll stay. It's possible that he just like it has autism or something and just isn't understanding this specific thing, and so we're gonna keep watching it just in case he ends up getting it. Like but he comes at me as though I was using it to like make fun of him or something, and I wasn't. I only said it to be like overly charitable, to say that like he can get this, he can understand it, it just might need to be explained to him, and that's all.
Criteria for autism, you seem to allude to it's changed, right? If you want, you can take a look at the DSM-4 criteria as well and see if you think that fits me. Asperger's won't fit me either, right? There's just no claim you can make here. It's just ridiculous.
Dude, I look like a freaking G with the bald head right there. I look like a straight up Professor X looking mofo.
You to accuse other people on the internet of having autism, while
If
knowing
you
next to
just
nothing about
wanted to
disorders.
say that you don't,
Like I have, sure.
if you,
Deuces. You have a good one, Tom. Let me know.
all right, that motherfucker's autistic as hell, dude. Like, I'm saying, I'm guessing. If he wanted to just like message me and be like, hey, by the way, I'm not autistic, I'm like, okay, cool. As far as you know, I literally like couldn't write a script for somebody to sound more retarded. I think you sound retarded, but I'm not diagnosing you retarded. My apologies. I should be more clear with that in the future. So good, dude. Oh, it's so good, dude. Lav Simpson disarray? Oh no! I'm in disarray! Why am I in disarray?
It was time to chase her off the streams back with the big 10 hour conversation on Tuesday.
Then the Discord showing of Synth arguing. Oh my goodness, yes. He got so mad saying that you shouldn't call other people autistic. He got like the entire debate was him saying that I shouldn't call people autistic. And at the end, I was like, well, agree to disagree. He's like, wait, why would you disagree with that? And I was like, because I think I can see patterns that would match somebody who's autistic and then take a guess that they might be autistic. Like, I don't see anything wrong with that. And he did. He thought that there was something wrong with that. Then he goes into my Discord and starts calling other people autistic and like retarded and bipolar and like all sorts of crap. It was insane. He was like calling them schizophrenic. Like it was just so nuts, dude. It was freaking crazy. All right. Everybody chill. Okay, calm down. Alright, where's the...
Brandon Cavallaro super chatted $6.70. Off topic, but given your experience with prison, do you think it works to help rehab peeps for society? Or is it more of a you have to want to change for it to work?
Yeah, I think you have to want to change to work. I mean, I personally, rehab didn't work for me. I went to rehab once and I OD'd that same night and was like dead for like 2 minutes when I overdosed. I had like a whole out of body experience and everything when I overdosed. So yeah, they like, I don't know that like real rehab actually is helpful. None of my friends who got clean went to rehab. But a lot of us ended up clean. So I ended up clean by going to jail. But yeah, you kind of have to figure it out. And it sucks to watch people who can't figure it out. It sucks. Like, it's hard to watch them. And it's impossible for people who haven't gone through that to understand. It really is impossible, because while those people should still be accountable for their actions, they aren't in control of themselves. Like, they are not making their own decisions. They are not in control whatsoever. Even wanting to change isn't enough. Like, just wanting to change isn't enough. You have to actually have, like, all of the right circumstances while wanting to change, while having the ability to make that effort at the same time. Like, all of the stars have to align in order for an addict to stop doing addict crap. It's a hard thing. And even when all of the stars align, it still doesn't mean that they're actually going to get clean. Like, the stars have to align probably like 5 or 6 times before it actually happens. So it's not an easy thing. I was a heroin addict for about 5 years. I used a needle and shot up numerous times every day. You have to have something that makes you want to be sober. Maybe, I mean, even sometimes that's just not enough. Like, I've had friends who had kids, and, like, everything in them wanted to get sober for their kids, and they still just couldn't do it. They would just keep relapsing over and over and over. People who are forced into rehab versus willing to go have the same chance of getting clean through rehab, low percentage. Yeah, I think rehab only has like a 25% success rate. Is that right? I know it's, let's see. Passage Malibu claims to have a success rate of better than 80%. What the hell? I don't believe that. Yeah, all of these are saying like 65 to 80%. I just don't believe this. I don't believe it at all. I don't believe that whatsoever. It's more like 5%. I don't think it's that low, or 4%. But I'm pretty sure it's down around like 20 to 25% in general. I got kicked out of my own life, pretty much had to change everything at once. Plus, I got into trouble, so I had some lucky alignments work out. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, anybody who gets clean, they all have like a lot of things that just happen to align and help them out. Yeah, the stats I've heard on drug treatment in the US is anywhere from 10 to 30%. I've heard 3 to 4%, but wouldn't doubt it. Oh, I've never heard 3 to 4%. Yeah, I haven't either. Depends on the type. 12 steps is very low success rate. Yeah. Depends what they count as success. It could be like 1 month or something. Yeah, I mean, and even like 12 steps will say that part of getting clean is relapsing. They'll say that relapsing is part of the process. So if you relapse, is it still a success rate? Tom, do you mean long-term getting clean from one stay in rehab? Yeah, I'm saying like, yeah, like, yes, I'm saying how often do people go to rehab the first time and get clean and just don't use afterwards? And I would say it's probably a very, very low percentage, yeah. I believe success was ranked like at 90 days sobriety. That is nothing, dude. That is nothing. There was one time where me and my girlfriend, we just kind of got tired of the life for a while. We were just getting a little sick of it. And I told her, I was like, let's just not do it for a while, dude. Let's just stop. She was like, okay. And we just stopped for like 3 months. We just didn't hang out with our friends. We didn't go anywhere. We didn't do anything. We just stayed home and watched TV and played video games all day, every day. And then after that, like 3 months, we were just like, hey, dude, like, we did it, you know? We can get clean anytime we want, right? Like, obviously, we're not that addicted. If we can just, at the drop of a pin, just get clean for 3 months, like, we can just use all we want now, because we know that we can just stop whenever we feel like it. And then that was it, dude. That was it. Things got way, way worse from there. Like, you're gonna say I'm a bad person, and I probably am, but you'll watch your own friends overdose right in front of you. But you're like a teenager, and you know that if you call an ambulance, they're gonna come with the cops, and you're gonna ruin the rest of your life. And you have this decision that you have to make when your friend's laying there right in front of you and they look like they're dying. And you have to say, okay, do I save my friend's life and then ruin the rest of my life? Or what? I remember, like, my friend, like, we're just in his kitchen shooting up, and as soon as he shot up, he just went stiff and toppled over. Dude was 6'7", fell like a freaking tree. And I remember just, like, curling up in the kitchen, just, like, crying, just sitting there, like, what the hell do I do? What do I do? What in the world am I supposed to do? Immediately, like, seeing all the headlines, like, you know, star football player, freaking him and his friend arrested for heroin. Dad's a pastor. You know, other brothers are well known. Like, yeah, it's a terrifying thing, and nobody ever does. Nobody ever calls the ambulance. Some states have made laws to say that if somebody calls an ambulance for a drug overdose, the cops cannot go. There are some states that have done this, and that's good. It is a very good thing to do. Because, yeah, like, lots of people die because the other people don't want to ruin the rest of their lives by calling the ambulance to save them. And so, thankfully, in my case, he didn't die. Thankfully, I didn't die when I overdosed, because they weren't going to call the cops for me either. But when I was in prison, my buddy Big Rich, he came to see me. He said he just got out of rehab. He was clean. He looked really good. And we were talking for a long time, and he was telling me, you know, he's going to church now. And he, like, because when I got arrested, everybody ran, everybody moved away. He didn't have anybody anymore. All of his friends were gone now. They all ran away because of me. So he was able to get clean. And then, like, 2 weeks later, my dad comes to visit me and tells me that he overdosed in his basement. And one of his friends were there, and they just left him. Just sitting on the toilet for his parents to wake up, find him dead on the toilet with frickin' a needle hanging out of his arm and all of the stuff wrapped around him and spoons and everything laying out. How long were you locked up for? I was locked up for 13 and a half months. It should have been less, but I've told this story a number of times, but I got attacked by a group of guards, shattered my kneecap, beat the crap out of me, and then they said that I attacked the guards and put me in the hole and extended my sentence. Who was on the toilet? So my friend, his name was Big Rich. He overdosed sitting on the toilet. His friend left him, just ran out in the middle of the night, and his parents woke up and found him dead, just sitting there on the toilet. Because he wasn't going to the bathroom. The lid was down and everything. He was just sitting on the toilet to shoot up. That's where it's an easy place for drug addicts to go, because you got the toilet there that you can sit on, and then you got like the sink counter that you can do everything on. And normally you need water for your syringes anyways, and so you can just turn on the water and soak up the water into the syringe. And this is the thing that a lot of people don't know is like so if you smoke cigarettes, you'll pull a cotton out of the filter of the cigarette. Okay, so you pull the cotton out and you roll it up into a ball, and then so you put the water into the spoon, and then you put the heroin into the spoon, and you take the like plunger out of the syringe and stir it up real good. Make sure there's no chunks in there anymore, no rocks or anything. And then you put the plunger back into the syringe, and then you pull the cotton out, roll it up into a ball, and place it into the spoon right in the middle of the water. So then when you stick your syringe down into the cotton, you can soak it up. You pull up from there. So that way, if there are any like rocks or chunks of anything, they get stuck in the cotton. So the cotton filters everything so that you don't get like blood clots or anything. Heroin addicts don't shit. I still don't. About 16, 17 years later, I still don't. I have tons of problems because of that crap. I'm glad I moved my mic closer to my mouth. It's a lot easier to talk. I can just be a lot quieter now and talk a lot lower. We got like very nice radio vibes here. Does it sound okay? Am I loud enough? Yeah, nice. I just listened to it on my phone. Yeah, it sounds a lot better. What mic are you using? So this is a Yeti Blue, or a Blue Yeti. I have a Shure right here. This is the main podcast mic that everybody uses. Like it's on Joe Rogan and like Pearl. This is what Pearl uses in her studio, and this is what everybody has. And I got it, but then once I got it, I found out that I needed to get like a Rodecaster or something. Tom is fair. You're not wrong, Nico. We're gonna make you an emote, so you don't have to type it out every time. We're gonna make you an emote that just says Tom is fair, and then you can just click the emote every time. Just post it. Although you'll have to become a member to use it, but yeah. Cloudcaster? Maybe. I mean, everybody tells me to get a Rodecaster. See, I have this. So. This is a, this has like a bunch of the stuff on it, but it's like a super cheap thing that I just bought. And the Shure sounded like crap inside of it. It sounded really bad. think that's on. I think that's on Nostradamus. Is it this one? It's this one.
Lie about it. She did.
No, it's not that one either. Yeah, I don't know. I've had it for a long time and never really been able to use it. Oh yeah, this is it.
These people. I want to be able to sing a bunch of songs while I'm streaming.
So yeah, that's me using. I would like to be able to sing a bunch of songs while I'm streaming. That would be great, dude. He's not wrong. He's not wrong.
People. I want to be able to sing a bunch of songs while I'm streaming.
Yeah, Tom
made them
Payne.
feel safer. A fairly innocuous statement about seeing people rally meaning
earlier and shit. Response to
Everybody else.
Miles Chung quote tweet trans person on the stories of the South.
I figured that fairly set or that he's been.
Yeah, I guess it doesn't sound too bad compared to most people. Dude, the stash is looking dope, bro. The stash is looking hella based. Oh, yeah. Oh, yes. Yeah. Yes. That guy F's. For sure, dude. No question about it. Looking like Ned Flanders. Let's go, dude. That dude's a freaking cop, bro. What up, Forever Wild? That dude's a cop. That dude's ex-military, bro. Get the goatee going, full Walter White. I mean, that's how I normally go. That's how I normally do it. I just shaved all of this just within the last week. All right, let's do it. We got business to take care of, guys. We got business.
Dude, stop drama.
No.
You are drama.
And the problem is the types of claims that they're making mean that if I ever push back against any of them ever, I always look bad. Like, I don't know if this is intentional by Mr. Girl or not, but it's put me in a situation where it's like,
You are a snake.
I guess Live has been going tons of streams. I'd be super ready to chat with her. The issue I'm seeing is that any streamer worth a damn that would platformer is also friends with Destiny. I'm not. I won't bring him on mid-convo and cut stream short at his request. Just to be clear, I have never told someone to cut a stream short when talking to fake abuse victim Lav. Don't know why people are making up comments like this, but oh well. You don't understand how you joining a relevant stream last night can be interpreted the way the Oreo did? Why would I sit here when some creepy f***ing stalker loser is going on streams and spreading lies about me? I even explicitly told Ahrelevant, you don't have to stop. You can even keep talking to the insane lunatic if you want, but just don't have her come up here and just spread a bunch of lies about me over and over and over and over again with no pushback. That's insane. I don't understand how you guys don't understand that. That's like an insane proposition. Like, can you imagine if I was friends with Ahrelevant or friends with some other person and some girl's like, oh yeah, this guy, I think he like sexually abused me, and then I just bring her on stream and I just have her talking about it casually? You're like, I f***ing hate Hassan so much.
Sure. Okay, he's not, like, I get it, but he also lives, like, a very different type of life from Ahrelevant. Like, Ahrelevant doesn't have a ton of girls on that he's, like, sleeping with, and he doesn't talk about his sex life in that way. His life is not a reality TV show like it is with Destiny, right? Like, I think it's very different when your personal drama has been out there for public consumption for everybody else, and then somebody's talking about it and everybody goes to talk to them and listen to what they have to say. But I agree with him when he says that, like, yeah, I'm not going to let her just run around talking about me. Like, yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Like, yeah, if he wants to go push back against people and make sure that she doesn't get to just spew lies without any sort of pushback, I think that makes perfect sense.
And even for him, when Lab would bring shit up on stream, I would say, no, you're not going to give like false allegations against the son on my stream. That's f***ed up. I think I've held that consistent with every single person I've ever brought on.
Which one?
It never went off?
That's not real. I'm almost positive it's not real. I would just tell you to be.
Yeah, I thought it was way too much.
Yeah.
But again, why would someone say that?
Well, because they have every incentive to.
Oh, I just. Did you talk to them?
I just know. You just have to trust me. There are a few things I would say I know, and I know.
And don't say you are Destiny's friend, and say you are drama farming. Wait, what? You're saying that Ahrelevant can't want to talk to her about the stuff and be Destiny's friend. He has to just be drama farming. I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true. I think, like, just like Counterpoint said, like, that's kind of how I felt with most of what it was she was saying. Like, these are things that have been debunked to hell. Like, I feel like Counterpoint's interview was a little bit different, where she just wasn't specific enough so that we didn't know what she was saying. But that's the only issue that I had with it. And like, outside of that, like, yeah, he said in his response to this stuff, like, yeah, we've all already talked about this. We've all already debunked it. We all already know that the stuff she's saying is bullcrap. Like, we're all well aware. So it just doesn't make sense to, like, debunk it again and have that argument again, but instead, like, talk to her about the stuff.
Oh, this one. Okay.
Duds, I'm about to drop a Hassan nuke.
Uh-oh.
Whoa.
No,
DM it to me.
stop. Stop doing that.
No.
Lab, you're gonna end your whole fucking career on this shit. Don't do it. Not in a good way. Literally, it's not worth it.
I know.
So
but every
stop.
time his name is brought up, I'm like vibrating.
Stop. No, you shouldn't be. Stop.
Wait, do you not like Hassan?
Just know Hassan is well known in Los Angeles.
No. And if she did want to bring false allegations about Hassan, I'd say Hassan should come on and talk about it. You're just gonna sit here and do it unopposed. Are you not gonna? Hold on, I'm sorry. I might already be triggered out to the end. Are you gonna act like Ahrelevant didn't get the idea that you didn't want him to talk to Lab? I literally explicitly told him he could talk to Lab.
I don't even care if Lav is finding her way back into other friend groups or whatever. It's whatever. But for the love of God, please do not let her just ramble about me.
I said it's fine, just let her talk about me. And as soon as I leave, they start talking about me again. He talked to her for 5 hours. You don't think if I wanted to tell him to stop talking to her that I'd be like, yo, don't talk to her? I'm pretty sure there's a second or third fucking time that he was that she was on his stream. I'm not cutting his streams. I didn't tell him not to. They've talked fucking hours and hours. What are you talking about? What?
Steven?
Yeah?
Ahrelevant wants to speak to you.
Sure, I don't even have a problem with Ahrelevant. I don't hate Ahrelevant. Nothing is wrong. I'm just saying that if something's gonna happen, then I'm gonna like jump on and talk about it. That's it. He let me on. I'm fine with that. I just don't want anybody like spreading weird things about me, like without me being there to say anything about it. That's it.
Do you feel like he didn't push back at all though when she mentioned things? I wasn't here, so.
My issue is that like I don't think that if she would have said something like Steven did something horrible to me, then I think he probably would have said something. I think he was going to. But the problem is she is a stream of unending lies. Every single time this stupid opens her fucking mouth, All she does is lie and lie. Are you gonna post it on a TikTok and say I'm talking about you with you right next to me and make me sound abusive? I know you took a secret video too. Okay.
I didn't. Are you?
The problem is just that she like, so she'll come on and
So
say like,
obsessed with
oh,
yourself.
like Steven, I am. Thank you. True.
Selfies. I was taking selfies.
Yeah, we got it. Okay, yeah, keep scrolling. Okay, so when she's saying this, like, oh yeah, like Steven goes unopposed with no criticism and blah 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 blah. Like I just like hearing her like just say all these lies. She lies as easily as she fucking breathes. I hate her. But if she wants to lie about shit, just not about me. Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, so when I was having that conversation, a big point for at least me was to address specific claims first and then go back and handle those later. So the claim that I was trying to address initially was whether or not apparently her claim was that Mr. Girl and her would stop. They would be fine with you if you just said the words, I'm considering what happened or my ethics with my orbiters.
Yeah, sure.
And that's it. Yeah, which I didn't believe her on, and I didn't believe to be the case, so I was going to address that point, and then you came in. I was going to address that point and then go back to the statements that she had made prior, because she had been made several statements that were like beside the point or not on the point, and I wanted to hold her to a specific line of questioning and then go back and address some of those different things.
Okay.
All right, we good?
But do you
Yeah, we
feel
were
like-
always good. We're fine. Nothing's
But
wrong.
do you feel like he was like? You kind of feel like he was being like shitty though, right? Like he was kind of like talking mad shit, like let her do.
No, he wasn't talking mad shit at all. I don't think so. It just when I hear her just rambling, especially she's like trying to like penetrate like all of my friend groups and everything. It's like she's actually a stalker. She's like, but she's worse than Anna. At least Anna had like actual mental problems going on. She's like doing all the behaviors, but she's just like a dog shit person. Like she doesn't have like a real mental illness to blame. She's just a horrible fucking piece of shit that is like desperate for fucking attention from anybody in my peripheral. But if you guys want to talk to her and everything, that's fine. I just wish she wasn't talking about me everywhere. It's so fucking creepy and weird. But actually, I don't even agree with any of that. If she wants to keep talking about me, I encourage her to do it. I'm sorry, I take it all back. Go ahead.
Damn, you really you're hitting us with the lab impersonation there, going back and forth on the on your
Well, I
position.
talked to my lawyer this morning, so if she wants to keep making statements publicly, it's just more shit for me to farm. So I don't give a fuck.
Talk to the lawyer. I see. I see.
Wait, so in a specific conversation that Ahrelevant had, the problem you just had is that
Dude, stop drama.
No. I'm trying to understand
You are
this.
drama.
Yeah,
The only reason I am in here is because he told me I had to be in here.
Because I think
because
it seems like I'm trying to figure out what your issue was. It sounds like he just explained it, where he was gonna address what you were talking about later. But like you didn't like the fact that she was just like going on a rant for a little bit, and he didn't really say anything. But he had a whole organizational structure on how he's gonna attack it later. But do you have like PTSD? Like you like assume that he wasn't gonna say anything about it?
No, I imagine what his problem was because she would initiate with being these like side jabs and stuff like that and not get to the question that I asked her. What he probably wanted me to do is more accurately go like, hey, can we stay on topic? Can we stay on topic? The reason
Or just like, let's say that Ahrelevant. Let's say that somebody was accusing you of like murdering somebody. Okay. Yep. Like, if the conversation was like, okay, I think Ahrelevant is a murderer. You're like, okay, well, let's address that. And she's like, okay, well, yesterday he went over to that lady's house and he fucking killed her, right? It's like, okay, that's like one thing. But let's say the accusation is you're a murderer, and she's saying, okay, so Ahrelevant, we all know that he's like, for instance, like a messy he shits in his fucking bedroom and then he steps all over it and he squashes it between his toes every morning. I don't know why. Yeah, so Ahrelevant, and then you know that he's got like a history of like, like touching kids, which is weird. I think he's a murderer. And then you're like, okay, well, let's address like the murder allegation. That's the type of shit that triggers me. Is she just, everything she says about me is lie, 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 lie. And even before you've gotten any big accusation, she's already lied like 15 times about random shit about me. And I was like, and it's like, even if you like try to address and push back against a major allegation, it's just irritating to hear her spew, to repeat whatever Max Carson into that little itty bitty skull of hers, and have that come out over and over and over again. It's irritating as
Yeah, he's literally describing what I did. He's literally describing what I did, where I'm saying like, okay, yeah, lie. But the thing, like the main thing that you're talking about, like we're gonna address that thing, like in the logic to it, like and whether or not it makes sense and crap like that. And like, yeah, she would have like all these like incorrect premises to get to that incorrect conclusion, but I wouldn't really address all of the premises, just like the main conclusion. So, yeah.
Yeah, no, I completely understand it. I think that, again, the reason why I chose the dialogue path that I did instead of like a different one is because I think if I tried to address every one of those things, I never would have got to. It would have just been a repeat of every single.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, I think Darius has a bigger problem with you than me.
Wow, Darius, what's up? What's your problem?
No, I thought. Wait, what is that about? All I was trying to do is I was trying to figure out what's going on here because I was like, I'll be honest, dude. Did you see Hannah? She's so fucking beautiful. I was just hanging out with her the whole fucking day, mad fixated on her, and then I come in here and I see this succubus on my computer, and I'm like, what the fuck is going on here? Then I come back in here and there's a fucking moth, and I'm like freaking out by that, and then I see you in a grumpy dad voice, and I'm like talking to me, and I'm like, oh no, what the fuck happened? And then fucking Ahrelevant, I was like, you must have a legitimate reason, like he must have like let her say some crazy shit, so I didn't see the fucking VOD, so I'm like, what the fuck is going on here? What's the whole sitch? So there's no issue. I'm just like, what the fuck is like I was like, because Ahrelevant, I don't know if he like fucking said some shit. I don't know, I was like, or let her like.
No, I don't think Ahrelevant didn't talk shit at all. No, I don't think so.
I don't know why he's lying. I literally told him everything that I said, and he's
well, no.
Dude, you gotta get in here.
No, because I think that okay, so Steven has a legitimate like issue where like he feels like people are constantly just letting her rant and ramble and go on, but I don't feel like you would do that. So I'm like, okay, what did you feel like you did?
Yeah, I don't think you would, but it's just like she's shown up on like 6 different fucking streams, saying raw constantly, and I'm like. And then I hear like some people, and I just get really nervous too because I hear like Brittany will like repeat a fucking thing that Mr. Girl has said, and it's like I don't know if Lav is actually, like you can force a dog shit meme long enough that it actually becomes a meme. Like I don't know if Lav can force herself hard enough on these platforms that people start to uncritically like repeat shit she's saying. And the problem is the types of claims that they're making mean that if I ever push back against any of them ever, I always look bad. Like I don't know if this is intentional by Mr. Girl or not, but it's put me in a situation where it's like, oh, well, who's Steven? Well, Steven is somebody that tries to control everybody around him, and he's somebody that can't take criticism. So with those two axioms in place, now Lav runs around saying that I'm basically a fucking rapist on platforms, and if I tell anybody anything, like, hey, I don't know if I like this, oh, that's because Destiny controls his orbiters. And if I'm like, Lav, can you please stop shit talking about her? Oh, that's because Destiny can't take criticism. So I'm like catch-22'd in every possible way that I can like do anything. So I just see her going on Connor's stream, her going on Tom Foolery stream, her going on Wig stream, like every stream just like repeating these same fucking, and then I see like an Ahrelevant for like 5 hours. Oh, to be fair, she was talking about it for 5 hours, but yeah, it's just like I'm like super paranoid. I'm like, Jesus Christ, she's everywhere, like on Twitter, in all my friend groups, on my subreddit, like yeah, I don't know.
That has to be fucking like fun though. Like every time you hear someone talk and they say something that's relatively similar, you probably are thinking like there's some like weird like psyop going on against you, but there actually is though. It has to be like fun to think about. Like you have to like play games with everybody. That's fun. That's like a. Do you like doing that?
Yeah, it's fun. Why are you drama farming Ahrelevant right now?
I'm not drama farming Ahrelevant. I'm just like, dude, okay, because if there's something we need to review, I'm like, okay, what did he do wrong? And we can figure it out and then not have it happen again. Because if there's something, that's why I was like, is there something specific that happened that was like, okay, this girl's going on? But no, I'm understanding now that it was more like amalgamation of multiple people she's gone on platforms with and just kind of like spewed shit and then like.
Name drop, yeah. Kind of a big deal, People just say my name now. I'm in everybody's thumbnails all over everybody else's channels. They're all farming me. Yeah, it is what it is. Can't get away from it.
It's like a whole deal. Which I understand.
You are a snake.
I want to be a snake.
You are such a
no, dude. You literally are like, I didn't do anything wrong. I didn't do anything there. I'm like, why the fuck is Steven so mad? But now I understand more that she's going on like tomfoolery and all this other random shit. I just thought.
Wait, hold on. I don't even know if I'm that mad. Like all I said was like, I just want to be able to defend myself. Ahrelevant, let me come on and defend myself. I was like, oh, okay, cool. Like I'm not even mad.
Steven, listen to your voice right now. Go on Vokaroo, record yourself right now, and then go last night and look at when you left the call. I thought you were pretty upset. I felt like legit disappointed father vibes.
I think we were fine. I was just, me and Lav were shitting on each other. It's all good.
So let me just do this, okay? Darius, Darius was like, oh, Destiny's very upset with like something that you did and shit like that. And I was like, oh, well, I think I did all right. So I'm not really too worried about, you know, your opinion unless, you know, you want to lay it out, and you've laid it out and I've heard it. And I'm like, oh, okay, well, I was going for a different strategy. I explained that at the beginning. Right? And so I was like, I'm not too worried about it. And he's like, oh, no, man, you should get in there and you should talk with him about it. And my issue is there's fucking the claim that Lav made, which is the idea that, like, you control me. So I didn't even want to come in here in the first place because I think this looks bad optically, first and foremost. And second off, like, who cares? We can have a difference of opinion on how to go about a conversation, and that's fine.
But I didn't even know that it was a disagreement on a difference of opinion. I thought it was a disagreement with how you, like, conduct things.
No, you didn't. We talked about it.
We did talk about it, and you were like, you told me they were like, who cares? It doesn't matter.
I literally said I had a way of going about the conversation. He wanted a separate way to go about the conversation, and that's the way it is.
Yeah, no, I don't think it looks bad for Destiny. I don't think it does. He's saying, like, he doesn't care if she goes on their shows and they talk about other things and they have conversations and whatever. He just doesn't want her lying and nobody saying anything about it. Like, I don't think that makes him look bad.
I don't remember that part.
You are a drama farmer. I should probably learn after you. It'd probably be better for my career.
Damn.
Okay, we're gonna see Steven in like a month now.
Wait, is that true?
Yeah. We're gonna go.
Is that true, Steven?
If you guys are coming up here, are you flying or driving?
We're flying.
Jesus.
Tom being controlled by Destiny too. That is like my favorite thing about all of this is that, like, I am getting attacked from both sides. In almost every one of my videos, the comment section has somebody new that's never been there before, and they're like, bro, they're like, the fact that you're literally getting crapped on by both sides is actually a really good sign. They're like, I hit the subscribe button as soon as I realized that both sides are pissed off at you.
Wait, why not just drive?
My scooter only gets 30 miles per hour.
Oh, because I was gonna say if you drove, you could pick up fucking Straight Rate, and then you guys could have a whole fucking carpool stream shit, you know?
Well, no, she's supposed to be coming with Pixie.
Pixie already like lives down here, doesn't she?
There, right? Well, I don't know what Pixie's saying. Pixie, Pixie's like manic like all the time, but like she keeps like messaging us. She's like, "Oh,
you are still farming."
Like Straight Rate's gonna come at this specific time, and we're all gonna go together, and we're all gonna hang out. Like I need to go to Florida, the other place he lives, or I need to go to Miami Beach.
It's great because, like, my entire career I've had to, like, fight back against all of the, like, Destiny simp accusations, and that, like, I just do whatever he wants me to do and repeat all the things he wants me to repeat, and all I do is just whatever Destiny wants and just praise Destiny all day, every day, and just repeat all of his takes and everything. And so now I feel like dope, dude. We're getting away from that. Stardust, let's go. Tom, you haven't been a YouTuber that long, bro? Only like 4 years. I don't know what is that long. You've never been just a Destiny simp? Sure, but that's what I've been accused of. Like, as long as I've been YouTubing or doing podcasts or anything, like, I've always been accused of being a Destiny simp. What up, Stardust fans? How's it hanging? MC ADHD, let's go. Nice name. You can't fool us, Tom. We know this is still the script Destiny wrote for you for the week. True. True. You got me. Tom simps for Destiny because he's got a girl's name. Well done. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what you mean. Like, I haven't been, like, 4 years is a long time, dude. That's a long time to be a YouTuber.
And we need to figure it out from there. So it's like I'm trying to figure out like which fucking way I should go. But I'm assuming at some point she said she wants to, like we're supposed to do content with you, and I didn't even.
Did you see how Destiny jumped onto a relevant stream and basically shut down any relevant and interesting content? I hope you don't let Destiny do that to you. So when I was talking to Lav, Destiny was messaging me. The idea was like he had Farha sitting right next to him like he does now. And he was saying like, hey, like what get Farha on. She wants to come talk to Lav. And I was like, oh crap, dude. I know what this is. So I messaged Lav. I DM'd her and I said, hey, check your DMs. And then she said on stream, hey, Farha, if you want to talk to me, we can talk in private, but I'm not going to have you come here and debate me out of my position. Love you too, Cly. Thanks for the sub. And him and Farha were on stream. So like we watched the next day, we went back and watched them watching me talk to Lav. And then he's like telling them like what he's typing. And he was trying to impress her by telling her that he knew me. He's like, yeah, I know him. He's like, that's. She's like, wait. You're just going to DM the guy? Like, you know who that is? He's like, yeah. Yeah, I know Tom Foolery. Yeah. So she was super impressed. He needs that clout, yeah. Yep.
Ask you. I don't know what's going on here. I'm just trying to fucking figure it out, dude. I don't know. But like, yeah, I know she doesn't live over there, but like, she has plans to go to Miami Beach. We have plans to go there at some point. So even if we come to Miami, even if we go to Florida.
I was really disappointed in Ahrelevant for that. I mean, look. In that conversation, yeah, I wasn't going to let him on. During that. But now that we've gotten that out of the way, like, yeah, if she comes on in the future, yeah, I would rather not talk about Destiny's stuff. And then if we did, then yeah, I would have to be like, okay, if you want to talk about this, we're going to have to get Destiny to come refute this stuff. I never knew that. I respect Relly for getting shredded. He is shredded, dude. Drink some water and spit some fire. I do need to drink some water.
Lauderdale. God, dude, I'm taking a fucking plans! Dude, even if we go to the other fucking location, we will get to Miami at some point.
Yeah. Okay, Fort Lauderdale is literally like 45 minutes from here, so yeah.
Oh, that's not bad. I didn't even know that.
Oh, okay, cool.
But I was just saying, if you picked up straight away in like a rental car, you guys could like stream the drive. That would be content.
Oh yeah, I'll learn how to drive before then. Well,
wait, you don't know how to drive?
Do you want to teach me?
Dude, Relly doesn't know how to drive either, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure Relly doesn't know how to drive either. That's freaking nuts.
On stream?
Yeah, sure.
Let's go!
Oh!
Nice.
That's big.
That'll be fun. I watched that.
Okay. That's locked in. That's locked in. All right. Sorry for asking y'all. We're good. Continue talking about what have you ordered food yet?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'll probably go talk to Destiny about it eventually. I still don't like. I have perms, but I don't ever feel comfortable just like jumping in to his VC while he's streaming. It just feels weird. But at the same time, I expect other people to do it when I'm streaming. So, yeah, I don't know.
Is that Nicholas Diorio thing?
If there were any lies, sure. She was talking about her perspective of the situation. You can't really dispute people's perspective. It's what I agree that is what she's doing. Okay, I agree, but she talks about it in such a messy way where she is all over the place and makes it sound like she's not talking from her perspective on certain things, that like that really just like it makes it really hard to like actually go with that that narrative, because yeah, like it sounds like she's not really talking from her perspective at numerous points. You very much can dispute people's perspectives on things. Yes, of course. And yeah, I think her perspective is wrong. I think what that guy's saying is that you can't dispute that is her perspective. It can happen to you, but you can't do it. What? You need a notepad to handle Lav? Yeah, well, and so that's my thing. Like I said, the main thing was that I just wanted her to like clarify what her statements were, because the way that she talked about it on Counterpoints, it was just all too broad. It was just too broad to where we could throw like numerous claims in there, like different ways of reading what it was she said, and everybody's running around like, oh, these are new claims, these are brand new claims, she just made this stuff up. It's like, well, I can see that, but I also can see where it's the same exact claim it's been the entire time. So that's why I brought her on, is just to clarify whether or not they were new claims or other claims. And then some of the stuff, yeah, I ended up arguing with her on when she just starts like rambling, because she gish gallops like nobody else do. You can bring up stuff that would dispute her having a specific perspective, specifically them having an explicit conversation about their sexual relationship affecting their professional relationship. I mean, I did talk to her about that. Like, her and I did get into that. So, there's two different things, okay? There's two different arguments. Whether or not that is her perspective is one thing. Like, whether or not she actually sees things that way. And that's disputable. Like, it is. I'm willing to believe that she doesn't actually see things that way and she's just lying. I have no idea. But I don't have evidence to say she doesn't actually see things this way, right? And then the other one is that her perspective is wrong, though, and it doesn't actually align with reality. And so you can argue with her to say, your perspective does not align to reality, align with reality. And so that's what I was saying. Lav lies so easily. It's very odd behavior. LOL, childlike. She lies about things that don't even matter to, which is weird. Yeah. People call her a lolcow, then act like she needs to be handled with extreme care to get it right. Yes, that's the thing. Yes. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. It's like when people afterwards are freaking out, like, why didn't you debunk every little thing that she said? I'm like, I didn't know that people were believing this stuff. Who's out there? Who's believing any of this? Like, all of this stuff's already been debunked. Why would I do it again? I'm just making sure that she's telling the same claims that have already been debunked. That was my concern. That it's not a new claim that needs to be debunked.
Yeah.
Crazy.
All right.
You're in line behind Melina, then Farah to learn how to drive, though. We could just do like a whole driving school, you know?
Oh wait, do you need to like time that, like, situation?
Dude, you are a master at this.
Time what? Wait, what?
like the
Keep it up, bro.
like the my presence like.
Oh,
like,
fuck. Yeah, Melina probably just won't be hanging out with us, okay? Since you can't.
Tom, would you moderate a conversation between Mr. Girl, Lav, and Destiny in a second? In a second. I would quit my job to moderate a conversation between Destiny, Lav, and Mr. Girl. If they were like, you know what? Look, sorry, Tom, you're scheduled at this time. You got to be here. You can't take off. I'd be like, I quit. I'm going to do this. Sorry. There was one day, so there was a day where I was supposed to moderate a conversation. It was a debate between Destiny, Nick Fuentes, Rose Wrist, Baked Alaska. Okay? It was those four people, and I was supposed to be the moderator. This was supposed to be like a huge chance for me. Like, everybody agreed, like, yes, Tom is fair. We're going to let Tom moderate the conversation. Nick never showed. And then they rescheduled it for the next day, and I couldn't do it. I had work, and I couldn't do it. It was very upsetting. That was very upsetting. That one sucked. Like, because not only was it dope to have like that many big names there for one debate, and I'm there with them, but that everybody trusted me. They're like, this is the guy that we all trust to do this. Like, this is a debate that would be very hard to moderate, and so this is the guy that we would trust to moderate it. That, like, that would have been huge for me. And yeah, the freaking Nick. Freaking Nick. Today, transgender advocate Keffals filed human rights complaint against London police for humiliating, discriminatory conduct. Full press release here. Clara Keffals Sorrenti brings human rights application against London police. Okay. I think I got it. All right. I don't have my glasses. I need my glasses, but I don't have them. And I don't want to get up. All right. Here we go. Clara Sorrenti, Miss Sorrenti, a transgender woman, advocate, and popular online streamer Keffals on Twitch, has filed a human rights application against the London Police Services and the London Police Services Board, collectively the LSP. The application is based on the discrimination Miss Sorrenti experienced due to her gender identity and gender expression, which is contrary to Section 1 of the Ontario Human Rights Code. In August 2022, an anonymous individual impersonating Miss Sorrenti made a phone call to the Toronto and police services and sent a death threat to London City councillors, an event which was widely reported by the medium. NBC News trans Twitch streamer Keffals, says she was swatted and arrested by police in Ontario. Global News. Red flags. What does that say? Appellantly? Red flags appellantly in London police swatting of Twitch streamer Clara Sorrenti expert. You get the gist. The gist. Not the gift. Don't know yet if you can keep toddlers from a fight, but you can prove me wrong. Yeah. Despite warnings, the LSP in March 2022 that she was, despite warning the LSP in March 2022 that she was at risk of being a target of swatting, former harassment where individuals called the police department to an individual's home for the purpose of intimidation, harassment, and/or violence. On August 5th, 2022, a team of London police officers armed with assault rifles attended Miss Sorrenti's home without warning and arrested her at gunpoint for uttering threats. Shortly thereafter, the LSP realized their error and released her from custody without charges. Wait, I thought this was wrong. I was told that none of them actually ever pulled their guns out. I could have sworn the police report said none of them pulled their guns out. That was important because she said she woke up to a gun in her face. And so we read the police report. It said nobody pulled their gun out. Shortly thereafter, the LSP realized their error and released her from custody without charges. Ms. Sorrenti's application argues that the LSP breached the code and discriminated against her by 1. Failing to investigate or adequately investigate the death threat before deciding to arrest her at gunpoint. 2. Misgendering her. 3. Calling her by her dead name. 4. Treating her with disrespect and inhumanity while in custody. And 5. And having antiquated and discriminatory policing and procedures which do not accommodate gender identity and expression to the point of undue hardship. Again, I'm pretty sure the police report disputes this. All of this, actually. So yes, literally all 5 of these things. I believe the police report disputes all of this. If I could be wrong. In addition to the persistent misgendering by LSP, Ms. Sorrenti also alleges that at the time of her arrest, a London police officer groped her breast and said, "Yep, it's a she." Ms. Sorrenti is seeking redress for the discrimination she has experienced and calls on the LSP to change their policies and procedures to better accommodate transgender persons. Isn't this a new claim? I never heard this. I never heard this. This has to be a new claim. Has anybody heard that one before? Unless they only did it from her perspective. For further information or media inquiries, please contact Ms. Sorrenti's legal team. Shut up. We do a bit of foolery, yes. It's a joke, Sarah. It was just a joke. How are there 0 comments on this? What? Okay. The LSP wrongfully arrested Miss Sorrenti at gunpoint and subjected her to discriminatory treatment while in custody, including misgendering her, calling her by her dead name. In one case, a police officer groped her breast and said, "Yep, it's a she." I'm proud to represent her. Why the AI art thumbnail? It is a little odd. This is an odd one. Screenshot this tweet. Keffals will never take anything to trial. I used to watch her. Really? I had no idea who she was until she started going after Destiny. That's at least a better way of spending her grift money than wasting it on drugs, I guess. I don't think it matters either way. It's all going to waste. Wow, you're not at all concerned about her previously conflicting statements? You're betting the police just lied when they said they reviewed the body cams and claimed she was never misgendered by any officer? This human rights tribunal is free and you don't need a lawyer. Do we have those videos? No, the body cams were never released, but the police department did say that they went over them and that it didn't happen. That's nuts, dude. My Deuterinos? That is crazy. Oh. Well then. Yeah, she freaking reviewed one of my videos and then and I said something to her about it and she blocked me. I think that's what happened. Who's blocked? I'm blocked by Keffals. That just means even more BS. Body cams have nothing. Wait, what? Wait, which one? I'm not sure what you're saying there. Are you saying it's BS that the body cams have nothing, or are you saying that it's BS that the body cams have nothing? Why would she choose a path of destruction when communism was right there? I know, dude. Just so close. If the body cams have something, I wouldn't expect the police to go out themselves. I would. I would, because if she presses charges or anything, then they're gonna subpoena the body cam footage and then they'll get in trouble. So yeah, I would expect them to do something about it. Destroy the footage. I mean, again, somebody's gonna get in trouble if the footage is destroyed, so. Here's Chud noticing a similar pattern. Again, that doesn't mean you're evil, doesn't mean you're stupid, but yeah, you have reason to support Steven, whose audience you're building a platform out of. Wait. Oh, here's Chud noticing a similar pattern. Okay, so he's saying that, like, they're going after Mr. Girl and Lav and all of this stuff. But yes, they have nothing or against or the police, probably somewhere in the middle, I would bet. Yeah, I'm still not understanding. Are you saying that do you think the footage shows what it is she's saying, or do you think they don't show what it is she's saying? Each time you say something else, it's still, like, could go either way. Tom, when's the last time you had a delicious bowl of noodles? I have delicious bowls of noodles regularly. I eat lots of ramen. The answer is obviously yes. Here's your most viewed YouTube videos, all but the one 5-second video have been in the last month and about the issue. That doesn't mean you're a bad person. It doesn't mean you're unworthy of listening to, but yeah, you absolutely have a vested interest. Yeah. Yeah, Lav content seems to hit. Lav content definitely hits. I think Chud was pointing out something like that. Somebody, yeah, this one. Counterpoints addresses Lav interview. Destiny bullies Lav. Talking to Brianna Wu about Lav. ContraPoints calls out Vosh. Talking to Lav. Lav speaks out on Mr. Girl. Debating Lav. Yeah. You're... seems to do the trick as far as views go. Homolistics? Nah. That one doesn't work. Listen, if Steven were proven a sexual abuser, videos like Destiny has been proven a rapist in this series, we will 1 out of 52 might get you even more views. I said something mean to Tom, and now I feel bad. Sorry, Tom. I didn't see it. Oh, you were saying I could put a meth head to bed mid-binge. Okay. What the hell, Rachel? What are you talking about? Okay, what else did we have? We still never finished Counterpoint's video on Destiny. We still only get to the legs every time. We've tried it like 10 times now, dude.
Just
Wait.
the way it kind of transition. My point, like most people live prior to like the Industrial Revolution or whatever, maybe to 40. So
Oh, snap.
it's like if you start having sex when you're what, 18, oops, you get pregnant, no pill, and then you want to just care for the child. It wasn't like stay in the fucking house, you fucking bitch. Like you're not allowed out and stuff. I'm just like, like you can't leave. Like
Yeah.
I just like don't understand like how it all like. Of course, it's all gonna be a patriarchy. So then what? It's just weird to me. It's like, how did you get the right to vote? A man. Like it was
Right.
a man that allowed it. But Destiny didn't really give me answers to it. He just gave me the video game example, which I looked up, by the way, if you're watching. I looked up and 46% of women make up the gaming community. So, like,
Yeah.
that's pretty fucking even, like, if you ask
Yeah.
me. And then as
100%.
far as Twitch goes, it was like 30%, which is still low, but it's not fucking 5 and 9.
I've sent her a couple emails and then she didn't answer. So then I messaged her on Twitter. She still didn't answer. So now I'm calling in.
5 Destiny. Double check.
Yeah. Well, and another thing that you didn't get to bring up, which is unfortunate, was the Scandinavian what's it called, the Scandinavian model or whatever, where
I try to stay away from that when I talk to somebody who leans more on the left.
okay, the reason why I think it's important is because it shows that the most egalitarian societies where women can do whatever they want,
Yeah.
they tend to navigate to more
Traditional gender
more
roles.
yeah. And
Yeah.
like I know a lot of feminists like to act like that's a bad thing. I don't understand. They never explain
hate
why
it.
it's a bad thing.
They hate
never
the
explain,
stereotypes.
Like, yeah, but like stereotypes exist for a reason, right? Like,
Yeah.
and there's nothing wrong with that. I remember in my personal life years ago, I was talking about this, and one woman who I went to high school with literally said,
Did you watch Destiny's video with her earlier this week? Yes, it was horrible. It was so bad. Destiny was definitely being weird, dude.
that she didn't have any interest in working. All she wanted to do was be a mom. And
just a
now,
mom?
a mom and a wife.
A mom is like 20 jobs in one. God bless them. God
Yeah.
damn. Like,
But like the point is, nowadays, if a woman were to say that, they would be like shunned. They would be.
Oh, they're okay. So they're not taking call-ins. It's just a live call-in. I see live call-in, so I think, okay, people can call in. But she's just saying this guy called in. Wait, that's Soprano State? That's Soprano State?
Judged by the radical left and just the culture in
That's one of mine. That's one of mine.
general, as if that's a bad thing. It's not a bad thing at all. Like being a mother, from what I understand, is a very rewarding experience.
I think what it comes down to is that ultimately they'll have to rely on a man in some way, and that scares them. It could be that a lot of women, especially if you include like trans women, can't have kids. They don't have the parts for it. Some women don't even want kids. A lot of women are traumatized too, I would argue. So like the thought of kids, I don't even think, and this is just an assumption, like take it or leave it. I think a lot of them are really traumatized that they don't even think they're capable of being a good mother. So that what they do is they shame it. And they're just like, you don't need to do that to be happy. Depends on their age. They could be past their prime to do it. But I think a lot of women just, I don't know. It's the older women that piss me off about it the most, to be honest. Those are the ones I think are the most harmful.
Yeah, you're probably right. And that's why I think having women in the space like yourself and Pearl is so important, because when you hear these things coming from a man, everybody's just going to assume that you're a sexist and that you're a misogynist and all of these things.
Yeah.
But when you hear these things,
we have self-hatred. That's what I hear. Yeah.
Well, that's unbelievable that anybody would even say that. But hearing them, knowing that I'm not crazy and that men who agree with you aren't crazy, that there are women that are seeing this problem too, it gives.
I feel like she was playing dumb with Destiny. Nah, Destiny was being weird, dude. Destiny was being weird. He was being short with her. He was like, she was trying to like joke with him, and he would like take the stuff she was saying seriously. It was super odd.
Want a breath of fresh air, right? Because we live in such an isolated and divided society and country, such that when you want to say things that are plainly facts, but you're afraid to because you're a man and you know that you're going to be called all these things, having women out there fighting the good fight on the front line saying, no, that's bullshit. It's not unique to men. There are plenty of reasonable women that feel the exact same way.
Yeah.
And you get to watch your videos or Jedediah's videos or Pearl's videos, like, okay, so I'm not alone. There are plenty of women who agree with me on this. You know what I mean? So it's very important. I would argue that that's very, very important.
Yeah.
Having you out there fighting that feminist narrative.
I just like I try to remember that like the older women, which I always forget to say this, but like so follow me, like men back in the day, way back in the day, if they couldn't find a partner, let's say, a lot of them would commit suicide or take themselves out of the gene pool. I don't know if you've ever heard that, like their way of propagating into the future. Like some people are gonna have babies and their genes are good, but if a guy was not really picked, like mate choice and stuff, then he would delete himself. And I think with women, a lot of times when women are dealing with something like reality, some people would like to say, I wouldn't put it that way, but like when they're dealing with like the result of their decision.
Women aren't shamed for being mothers. I would say that there's somewhat of a stigma for like a stay-at-home mom or something like that. They're considered to be like airhead, women who just do what their husbands tell them to, and they're not very smart. They're probably not educated. They're people who love the patriarchy. Like, generally, I think that's the way people look at like a stay-at-home mom.
Decisions, whether they're past their prime to have kids or whatever. I think a lot of this, like, well, I never meant to want them. I think they're parasites. I think it's their way of coping. And I think if they didn't have that coping system, we would see a lot more suicide. So I try to have a lot of like empathy with them. That's why I don't do the whole shaming thing.
No, I don't think she was joking with the makeup thing, though.
It gets to them. A lot of women, the ones that get shamed, to come over to our side quicker. I tread very lightly with that area, but I think there's women out there that are doing way better job than me. I'm trying to like calmly get the hose over here. I'm here to.
Are there any content creators that you like that you think are doing an awesome job in the same kind of mentality as you, like the same kind of red pill or whatever you want to call it?
We say RP. I hate the word RP. No, I don't know if I have female role model. I don't think that I have. I fight back on a lot. I push back on a lot of red pill points, and I say red pill points because a lot of the stuff that people see right now, the stuff like that Destiny calls red pill, it's not actually red pill. It's like a very radicalized, almost black pill incel
let me
thing.
on!
So it's like,
let me on!
To do the stuff that I do, it's not very popular.
I don't want to interrupt this call now that I know that it's Soprano. I don't want to interrupt this call, bro. But damn, dude, if it was anybody else, if it wasn't one of mine, damn it, I would be freaking out in chat right now.
It's at all, actually. Like, to have more nuance, it's not popular at all.
But there are some people that do make it work. Obviously, Pearl and Byla are doing real well, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Like, they got the panels. Judd, love Pearl. Judd's got the whole, she was a walking feminist. She's got that. Like, that's not walking feminist, like poster child for feminism. Like, Gloria Steinem would probably bend.
She said she loves Pearl. So when Destiny's talking about red pill people, who does she think he's talking about? He's talking about Pearl.
Down and praise Jedediah. Like, she is like a walking epitome of everything feminism, I think, wants. A woman that puts off marriage later, does the career, has a really great flourishing career still, gets married later, still has a kid. Like, very, very unlikely for women, like, in this day and age, for that to happen. It happens, but not like, shit, we lose half our eggs by 30. People don't know that shit. Like,
oh, really? I didn't know that.
Yeah, the schools don't really teach you that shit, do they? They should.
No, they don't.
Yeah, so
and that's another problem, right? Like, with the schools, and that was how I got snookered, because, like, for me, when I was in high school, when I was in college, they would always focus on, women in historically have been oppressed, and feminism is great, and we need to fight back against the patriarchy. And they ram this stuff into your heads, and from the time you're 14 to the time you're like 22, you're hearing the same message over and over and over and over again. And if you disagree with that message, then not only are you wrong, you're immoral, and there's something wrong with you, and you don't understand history, right? And it wasn't until I was older that I started doing my own research, started reading about, and it was only until I had to do my own research, basically, to find out that a lot of the stuff that I was taught about feminism, about the so-called patriarchy and all of this, wasn't even true. The idea that women were oppressed, and like you said, that were chained to the radiator, they were chained to the kitchen or whatever, and all this stuff that they're teaching you was not true. They don't teach you that only 2% of women wanted to vote when suffrage first became a thing.
Well, when the vote actually came out, it was like 37%. But yeah,
for the reason that you said in the Jubilee, which was that they.
I accidentally said Tom when I meant to say Ty at one point. That's where we got hung up. We were fine, dude. I knew what was going on. You were fine.
They didn't want to be drafted.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So
yeah, who would?
Who would? Yeah.
Like, fuck, me and Pearl used to joke, like, we'll give our rights back. Like, we don't want to fucking go. But, like, I mean, there's a lot of stuff. I mean, do you know, like, I'm trying to think of some shit that maybe, like, you didn't learn. Like, do you know how feminist, like, okay, they were trying to get the right to vote for, like, 70 years or something. They figured we got to amp it up because no one's listening. So prior to bombing and shit, I probably shouldn't say that word, they would chain themselves to guardrails, because what would happen was the police would come to their protest and literally pick them up and put them in the cop car, so that somebody was like, you know what, I got an idea, baby. Chains.
Jump in or pick up knitting. Sure, many would watch that.
Chain ourselves to the guardrail. It'll take them longer to capture us. And literally, they would have to cut the chain. But it would take longer. But the way that women stayed out to protest, a small subgroup of women, they would just chain themselves to fences. I just think it's funny. Like,
that is crazy. I just got a message from Tom. He wants to come on. Would you want to have him on?
Who's Tom again? Tom is
Tom Foolery. He has a show on YouTube. He had that discussion with Lav the other day. He's
the one with the moth.
No, that was irrelevant. Tom is the one who he does a lot of coverage on Lav. He's talked to Destiny before. He's a really cool guy.
Is he safe?
Yeah, no, he's very safe. He's a good, respectful kind of guy.
You can send him the link. He can join.
All right, let me do that. Let's see here. I'm on my phone. Can I go into my other stuff?
Oh,
when I'm on
right.
my phone?
Here, I'll tell him to. Wait, what's his Twitter account? Do you know off the top of your head?
I think it's Tom Foolery P.
Foolery P. Tom Foolery Show. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna message him the link.
Okay, he just said thank you, so I guess he's on top of it. So Tom, just to give you a little context, Tom is one of the things that he used to do, and I think he still does, is debate review, and he helps people with debates and stuff.
Oh, cool.
And yeah, I was gonna do a debate, and he was gonna prep me, but it never happened. But I've been on his show. I've called into his show a few times, and he's actually like a really cool guy. One of the things that's unique about Tom that's not true, I don't think, about anybody else in the space, at least that I'm aware of. He sometimes talks about like his personal life. It's not just like politics and drama and stuff. So it gives his show kind of a special touch.
Yeah, that's rare too nowadays. I feel like a lot of people withhold their personal experience because they're scared they'll be canceled or something, or I'll be used against them later. It takes balls.
Yeah. No, it does. You're 100% right. It takes a lot of especially like if you have like, but struggles or whatever you want to call it. If you had some bad stuff in your
Let's see. Hello? Hello?
Cord is like I have one. I'm just like confused.
Oh, there he
Hello.
is. What's up, Tom?
Hey, how's it going, guy?
Good. How are you?
Having a very good night. I'm glad you're here.
I feel like he should be left. I'm gonna make him left. I'm gonna put you in the middle. I think. I'm gonna try. Damn it! I fucked it up.
You got it.
Woo! It's a lot of background noise, or is that just me hearing that?
Is it me?
Yeah, I think it's you.
All right, let me change my mic.
Are you using a condenser? Probably. Yeah. That's a cool background. Is it green screen? No?
No, it's just lights. I can't see. I've never used this before. How do I?
In-cam? Oh, just you. What kind of interface do you use?
Oh, wait. Here it is. Okay, I got it.
Yeah, that was louder. Oof. It could be just me hearing it because I'm sensitive to sound. It's not a big deal.
Yeah, it's not telling me which mic is which.
I'll let you know.
Okay, so that's definitely not it. Is that it? Is that better?
No.
No? How about
Do you
that?
have a fan on?
No.
What kind of mic do you use?
It's a Yeti Blue.
Okay, just drop the volume on it a little bit. There you go.
Is that better?
Yeah, a lot better,
Okay.
right? I don't know if it might be because I have the headphones on.
Oh, maybe.
Sorry. They'll
Yeah, I
yell at-
appreciate it. I was just tuning in just to see what you were doing because I think I sent you a message yesterday seeing if you wanted to talk sometime. So I just tuned in and I saw
it.
Soprano on. So that
Yeah,
was cool.
I just saw it. I never look at Twitter messages. And you sent me an email. I'm like, when? I'm opening it now. I don't see it.
I think it was like the day before. It was
God
whatever's in like your YouTube, whatever emails.
Torshaa. Yeah.
Yeah.
I wonder if they put you in the spam. Let me see. A lot of people have been ending up in there lately. I don't know why. Your name is not Abdullah Alomar. Nope, you're not there. You're probably in
No.
my regular mail. Oh, wait. No, that's not you. Just kidding. What'd you say?
I
You
was
wanna
just saying, like, yeah, hey, just want to see if you wanted to talk sometime. I had seen you talk to Destiny. I had a debate. So the first time I saw you talk to him, one of the things that you guys were talking about was like communication differences between men and women. And so I ended up having like a whole debate with him off the
Oh,
back
really?
of your conversation with him. And then, yeah, and then I saw you, I just reviewed your conversation with him last night, which gave me such a migraine. He was being very short with you, and I don't know what he was doing. It was driving me crazy. So, yeah, it was very frustrating.
I think he probably thought I was trolling. Is probably I don't know. Like I don't know. I don't know, Destiny. Everybody wants to know why were you a dick.
Basically what I said was that sometimes he just gets into like debate mode,
Yeah.
and he's just like stays in it, and sometimes it's not really necessary. Like you don't always have that like debate mode thing, Tom. Like I've watched plenty of your debates, and I feel like you approach it in a little bit more of like a calm way than Destiny does, because when he gets going, he just gets in that frame of mind. I feel like you're a little bit more relaxed.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Yeah, I was listening to some of the things you guys were talking about. One of the things I'm always wondering, Torshaa, when you talk about red pill, you always make it sound like anytime Destiny's talking about red pill talking points, you're always like, oh, they're not the
That's
real
not
red pill,
Yeah,
or
that's
yes, or
incel.
so. Okay, so what is the like? Okay,
Like,
okay, so
pretty
you're
much,
saying
like TLDR, red pill is operating in gray. It's never black or white. It is always operating in gray. So when you hear things like, she has a body count of 100, fuck her, she's a hoe, it's probably an incel talking point. Like, is my point. It's like a red pill would say something like, vet her if she's honest with you. Okay. Most women aren't. But if you have really good chemistry and whatever, then move forward with it. But you would never hear that on a fucking popular ass show. So things like that. It's just like engage with me, not with your what's the word? Your predispositions about
presuppositions.
yeah, like whatever you think red pill is, just
Well, so I heard you just after that say, just a couple minutes ago, say that you love Pearl, and Pearl is like definitely somebody that I would consider red pill. Definitely uses those types of arguments. Same with Fresh and Fit.
I've told Pearl she uses and Fresh and Fit. I never told Fresh and Fit specifically, but I did tell Pearl like they're incel MGTOW talking points. Like tread carefully.
But it does seem like all of the red pillars use the like body count stuff. Like even what's the new one?
Yeah.
The Whatever podcast. They all talk about like body counts, and the things that you seem to separate seem to be like major talking points from all of like the top red pill content creators.
And it's not popular. It's not like I do better. You know what I mean? Like they're doing great. It's just that I like to give respect to the people that came before me and actually like paved the movement. It's not even a movement. It's literally just swapping notes. But I mean, there's nothing you can really do other than assist with the content and the research that goes behind it and hopefully move the message a different way. I don't know. But yeah,
So-
I mean, Destiny focuses on like de-radicalization. So like for him, he's going to be around that radicalized shit and debating that, and that's fine. I'm just saying, like, when I'm trying to ask him about something, instead of just assuming I'm some Andrew Tate loving bitch that just thinks that all women should be in burqas and shit, like just listen to me in the moment.
Sure.
That's my point.
So who are people that you would consider like you or in your realm of red pill? Like who are other content creators?
He asked me that just like 5 minutes ago. I really don't know any, to be honest. I'm sure they're out there. I just don't. I'm so focused on doing all the stuff outside of the show that I don't have that much time to. I hate to say it, ladies, but like the girls don't do as well. So like when I research content, theirs isn't really coming up for me. I'm sure there are many on Twitch. I'm sure. But I don't know yet. I haven't found my person. It'd be nice. I would like some tips. from somebody that has done similar shit to me. I don't know.
Tom, let me ask you. Can I ask you a question, Tom?
Mhm.
Do you think that I'm being unreasonable with this little turn of mine, a little bit more to the center left, out of sheer frustration with my own interactions as well as other interactions that I've seen with people on the radical left? I obviously used you and Katie as an example. Like, because you're way more patient than me, dude. I've told you this before. I said it on Twitter. I don't have the type of patience that you do for dealing with that shit. If I were in your position, I would have gotten myself banned, and I'm not proud of that, but that's just the way it is. You
all
seem to
about
have the
tone.
patience. I can't. I couldn't deal with it. I really couldn't.
So what was the question?
My question is, do you think I'm being unreasonable looking at people like that and saying I don't want anything to do with this, and that's contributed to my leftward, rightward shift to more center left as opposed to progressive, because I don't want to be associated with those people.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't say you're being unreasonable. It seems to be like the common, that seems to be what the way most people react. Like even Destiny has trouble talking to them in the same way that I do. Like it seems most people have issues with them, and most people seem to think that I'm overly charitable or overly patient with them. And so, yeah,
I was
your
literally getting
take seems
shit.
to be the norm.
Dude, I was literally getting shit from people in your chat with the comment I made about Jedediah, Bila, and Pearl, as opposed to Katie. One of the chatters got really mad that I said that and started shitting on me. But like, I'm sorry, but that's just how I feel. I highly doubt that Bila or Pearl would be anywhere near as rude or condescending, or either of them in any way, the way that Katie was. I don't believe that for one second.
I think people have a really hard time separating the person from the creator. Not to say that anybody is like different off camera. I know Destiny like freaked out the other day when I said, "Oh, I should have just talked to you off camera." I'm not saying that, but I think a lot of times people spew certain talking points. It can be on any side, and they just assume they understand this person, like a parasocial relationship. So it's like, I don't know where I was going with that one. Continue.
Yeah, I think some people might be like performatively upset about things. Yeah, I think that they'll get more upset.
Outrage.
Yeah, so especially on camera when they're in front of an audience and they want to virtue signal as well. They want to make sure that they like the right people see that they're standing up for them or that they're on their team or whatever. And so yeah, I think that lots of people are going to end up acting very differently when they know that there's an audience watching and that they have to like Soprano, over the last couple weeks that I like get hell for the last couple streams that I've done, and it's and I could have easily just been very performative and virtue signaled to everybody, and done what they all wanted me to do, and I like
what did you do, or what did you not do?
I Destiny has like people who are after him, and I was too nice to them, and it's people that Destiny's audience really doesn't like.
22.
Yeah.
You were in a catch-22, Tom. Let me just explain the situation. So, in order to correct the lies of this person, you would have to interrupt her every 5 seconds, and no one's going to do that, right?
Yep.
And I understood
Destiny
that you
would.
couldn't do that. So, like, I understood where you were coming from because she would have just left if you had done that.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? So I do sympathize. Even though I come from Destiny's community, I do sympathize with your position, and I think that like I get it. Like I get why you did what you did. I'm not mad at you. I'm not one of those guys, Tom. Don't worry.
It's like people on both sides get so mad if you don't push back, and it's like sometimes you gotta let them talk, like, and let them tell on themselves before you push back.
Yeah, I think in some cases, like if somebody's talking about a group that I think will be harmful to the group, or I think it'll have like a lot of harm to, like if somebody's talking about Jewish people and they're talking about Jewish conspiracy theories or something like that. Yeah, I would feel like I'm like compelled to say something. I would feel like I have like a moral obligation to make sure that nobody's convinced by those sorts of ideas. But with somebody just talking crap about one person, it's just the one person who's affected by it. It's just Destiny. Destiny. It's not a big group of people. Destiny's now come out, said he doesn't want people to talk to her in a like or let her say these things without any sort of pushback, and so that's fine now that he said it.
He said that?
Yes. So maybe I would have reacted differently if I had already heard this ahead of time, but yeah, I'll probably go talk to him about it in a couple of days. We'll see.
It's like okay to not even talk about the situation too. I think
Sure.
that's something that people always feel compelled to jump in when their friend's getting attacked. Like sometimes the best course of action is to let it die out. I think we perpetrate a lot of it, to be honest.
Yeah, I think the difference is though is that the person they're not going to stop talking about it, right? Like the person who's going on it, like the girl, she's not going to stop talking about it. So I don't think it's not going to die out. So I think it would be better if she's going to keep talking about it anyways, people who are actually like going to have like a reasonable conversation with her in the meantime are going to be the best ones to do it.
They might victimize you though. They might come after you you might be added to this like story. You know what I mean?
I'm here for it.
Gotta be careful. Like
I'm here for it. Let's go.
Yeah, no, it's like 2.
But Tom, it does bring up an interesting question, because what is the responsibility of the fans or the audience to kind of like make themselves knowledgeable about a guest on a show of someone that they like, right? Because I would argue that there isn't that much incumbent on them, because a lot of the hate that you seem to have gotten, not just you, but Ahrelevant and Counterpoints too, and Counterpoints even said this in his response, it was like, dude, I am not responsible for the fact that like some people are like,
don't eat paint.
Stupid. Like it's not my responsibility.
Mm-hmm.
So I just want to get your take on that.
I would say that in some sense it's my responsibility. Like if I want to have people on my show and I want to be able to talk to people, I would hope that my audience trusts me not to spread misinformation, and that they would hope that like my audience or my platform's going to give them information that they can trust. I think in this case, everybody already knew that this was information that they couldn't trust. And so I just wasn't too worried about pushing back on every little thing. Cause I just felt like everybody already knew that it wasn't anything to actually believe. So I maybe I should have pushed back more. I have no idea.
God damn you. You didn't push back enough. Off with his head. I'm just kidding.
But like, this is why I enjoy having the types of conversations with people that are more to the center or even to the right, honestly, because like I've been on, like we've been having a nice chat. Tom, we've talked before. Like I literally could not do this with some of these far left people you have on your show, Tom. And I don't know if that's just, oh my God, that makes you so great, or that makes me so I don't know what that says about
me. It
me.
makes me great.
Hey, I'm here too.
Well, that's exactly my point. Like this is the complete opposite of those types of conversations. We are not afraid to have these types of conversations if we know that we could just have them rather than being moralized to. And it's very obnoxious when people do that. And these red pill types don't do that.
Because we're like, it goes against everything. Like it's just not like it's more like autistic, I guess. It's like you criticize the ideas. No, like we've been called that before for sure. Like very autistic group of people. Some of my audience is autistic. It's just that you look at it from like a Chilton manual perspective, if that makes sense. Have you ever watched any of my like pre-recorded stuff?
The only thing I saw was the stuff that you have for your intros, where you're
it depends on the video.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know then. You're going over like a bunch of different things, and it's like fairly fast moving with a bunch of different images going back and forth.
Then it's probably one of the pre-records. I'd be interested. Is it in the clouds? Is there one in the clouds?
I don't think so.
Okay, different one. That's one that I think would interest both of you probably. It's an old piece written by Whisper in was it the married red pill it was in? I forget, but it's why a lot of times people on the left and right, or you could argue red pill, blue pill, cringe, tend to talk past each other. And it's like red pill's literally talking about how effective something is, and the other person's trying to find a crack in their moral character. And it's like we didn't know we were involved. We were talking like in a very generalized maybe, which can be harmful. I understand. Generalized way. I don't know. 10 out of 10 would recommend.
Are you from Jersey?
No.
No.
Chicago, baby.
Okay.
Why?
I get small glimpses of the accent here and there, so it's hard to tell.
I lived in Texas too, so sometimes I sound southern and shit. I don't know.
I'm from New York City, and I've grown up in Atlanta, so very different places.
Okay. Nice. Do you miss it?
New York's a cool place. It's like there's differences, different
I've never
benefits from
been.
both places, but yeah, it's nice. It's a cool place. I like living in the suburbs in Georgia. It's really nice. Like being able
Really?
to, everything's super chill, nice neighborhoods everywhere, lots of trees, lakes everywhere,
You guys have weird bugs.
we do. Yeah.
Yeah, like they like fly and shit. Like things that shouldn't fly.
Yeah.
And I don't like that. It's gonna be a no. Like for that reason. It could be like a flying centipede. It's like Georgia. Like what the fuck?
Yep. Yeah, there's definitely lots of stuff like that. The humidity brings out all sorts of crap. I remember when we first moved here, my sisters were so annoyed that there were bugs just making noises all night. They couldn't stand it.
Yeah. Well, tell me more about yourself.
I don't know. There's too much about me. I wanted to ask you that. So, when you say that like things aren't red pill,
Oh God.
what like forms that? Like where? Because when I ask you like where,
Old blogs and books and
okay.
Reddits, definitely old, not from a YouTube video. I'll tell you that. Like old stuff. Typically like subreddits. Some people would go so far back as to say So Suave. I don't know. Don't really know So Suave, but just kind of like the original guys in the space. Ryan, Rollo, some would say Roosh, Roycey. I don't know.
Soprano.
Roycey Soprano. Roycey is I don't know. Certain ones I agree with. Really, it's just talking about the different mating, like sexual strategies of men and women, and they're very adversarial. So a lot of times people will take that and just create just like hateful, arguably, content. Like you can make it entertaining. You can do things with it because they're adversarial in the way that modern technology is moving and shit like that. But I try to keep it very like I give the female perspective and the male perspective as opposed to men are all good. Like, no,
sure,
we're not all good. Like some men are shitty, some women are shitty.
So Soprano State, would you call yourself red pill?
No, I'm not a.
I
I'm
hate
not
saying it. Ugh.
I'm not a part of the red pill community. I view myself as a bit more friendly towards red pill than like most people with my political ideology. And it goes back to what I was saying before, which is I know that I knew going into this call that I was going to get along with Tori way better than when I could possibly get along with 90-something% of these radical feminist types, some of which that you've had on your show who will go unnamed. I couldn't do that. And the ideological difference doesn't even matter to me. Like,
it's not an ideology either.
Okay, well,
sorry.
I don't know how to respond. Honestly, you've said that a few times, and I don't. Yeah, no, before Tom got here, you said that. Like,
Okay.
I want to actually address that, and Tom is better
Yeah,
equipped
let's
to do
do
it than
it.
me. Because, like,
Yeah.
for me, when I think of red pill, and I could be wrong, but when I hear someone say red pill, I automatically associate that with the right wing. There are no left wing people, no
Destiny
left
said.
wing people that would call themselves that.
It's definitely more progressive than I think people give it credit for. I know Myron for a fact is not far right. He's not, I don't even think he's conservative. I think he votes Democratic. You can definitely make inferences based on like the alt-right probably likes red pill content, right? Like you can make those inferences, but like I wouldn't say that it's fair to assume that all the creators there think that way. It's it's not even a small minority. It's actually, well, it is a small minority of people, but they have like spam bots too. So it almost feels really big, like the incel group that make it seem like they're these violent individuals that just hate women and woe is me. And it's like, we don't associate with them. It's embarrassing. Like that's why I hate saying red pill. Like I'm like, ugh, cringe, but like fuck, like we'll do it anyway. It's just more so like a very nuts and bolts. This is how women are typically, and this is how men are typically. Should you follow this? Like this is how women are always, or this is how men are always? Absolutely not. You take something, try it out. Maybe it works. Maybe it mends your fight with your wife, and then you're good to go. It's not a belief set. And if I decided to not make red pill content tomorrow, I would not be shunned like I'm in a cult. You know what I'm saying? Like people wouldn't be making videos harassing my ass for leaving. No, she's on the other side. It's just not like that. But I don't know.
But do you agree that the ideas that are pushed by red pill
Sure.
are generally more likely to be from the right wing?
Like what? Can you be specific? So I'm not like.
Well, the fact that red pill it emphasizes more traditional gender roles.
Here's something that like I tried. I don't know if I got it across with Destiny, is that a lot of the stuff that we're talking about and a lot of the complaints you hear from men are the fact that women aren't traditional anymore. The thing is, though, is that people are constantly searching for solutions, especially when they have like a moral bias. I'm just gonna say like a Democrat, for instance, is gonna see red pill and be like, how the fuck do these people even think like that? Like that's so immorally absurd. Like women staying pregnant in the kitchen, like relax. And it's like you're adding your moral thing to it. And if you look at it without that and you say, okay, some women will be in the kitchen and pregnant, ideally some of them, but a lot of women don't want to work. A lot of women don't want to do this. So what's the solution? There is no solution. We're trying to figure it out. Like when you have a belief set, sorry, try to follow me. When you have a belief set, you're looking for solutions almost always. It's like, how do we fix it? How do we do it? The reality is you can't, or we don't know yet. So we're operating with traditional values in a modern society. So it's like if you try to apply traditional belief sets into a modern society without, like, it just won't work. So like a lot of it is how can we kind of navigate the new landscape? Nobody has a solution, but you can pull things from different you could do the stat thing. You could pull things from the divorce. I try to stay away from that. A lot of people don't know how to read fucking stats for one, so they make it sound crazy. But you can kind of make inferences, but it's not all set in stone. I guess is like you could almost say it's a conspiracy theory if you really want to. If you want me to talk your language, like you could say it's conspiratorial, and it would probably fall under that. Does that help?
It kind of like so. Like one of the things you mentioned is like traditional women, right? That's obviously more likely to come from the right wing than it is the left wing.
Yeah.
is like an issue with the left where they'll say things like, we want people to do whatever it is that they want, whatever makes you happy. We just want you to have the freedom to make that choice. But then they do shame people for making certain choices. They'll shame a woman for deciding to stay in the kitchen or deciding to stay home with the kids, or
They say they're bringing us back to archaic times. It's rare, but I see it. Yeah.
or even saying like, like my husband's wears the pants and is the head of household, or things like this, right? They definitely shame women for choosing to take that position in their
Most people
relationship.
can't. Like, that's what kills me. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but it's like most people can't be in a situation where the husband just works. Like, it gets me every time. I'm like, most people are not doing well, like economically. Like, let's just keep it 100. So that idea alone is just, it's like, if you can do it, you must be in the top 1%, because most people can't do that.
Yeah, of course. But they like, I guess the point is that like, yeah, it does seem like it's the right wing who's more so advocating for that sort of lifestyle, and saying like they put a moral weight on it, that like a man should be the head of the household. This is definitely something that lots of red pillars start doing, is they don't have like some sort of moral justification for their beliefs. And
Right,
so it
there
seems
is
they
none.
start moving towards religion, and like whether it's Muslim or Christianity or whatever,
Right.
they start
Yeah.
using those to justify their beliefs.
No, that's the thing, is it's not beliefs. This is always I'm glad that you're having the conversation, because it's a very difficult one to have, but like it's very difficult for, let's say, like you guys to even fathom people talking about these things without having one moral agenda to abide by. But that it just is. It's like when people get into their real lives, are they going on dates with women being like, what's your body count? No, that would be retarded, for lack of a better word. Like, that would be absurd. But like, when you see it amped up on these panel shows, what it's doing is trying to reach women. I would almost say it's like a womanese translation. The way to get to women is to make them feel a certain way. So they're adding a moral agenda in that sense, but real red pill does not have it. Like, that's why I think there's so much like tension when women see the content that's red pill. They're like, oh, they're fucking sexist, they're misogynist and shit. And it's like, we're more so trying to tell you something that feminism is keeping from you. We were talking about how most women don't know that their biological clock is going off in their 20s, and that by 30 you're gonna lose half your eggs. I'm not here saying be pregnant, barefoot in the kitchen, rely on a man. I just want you to know you have a fucking choice. But we're not told that. So we get to age 30, and suddenly your options diminish, and nobody really tells you why. I mean, I'm 28 and I noticed it. So it's like, nobody really says why. You notice a lot of the men are dating younger, and as a woman, it's very uncomfortable, but like you learn to navigate and stuff, and you do what you can. But feminism benefits by keeping women single and childless when it comes to capitalism, if that makes sense.
You know the difference between prescriptive and descriptive claims?
Yeah.
Okay, so it sounds like you're saying red pill is more about descriptive claims and not really prescriptive claims. Is that accurate?
It's more so like we don't give a solution. The problem with giving a solution, I'll put it this way. The problem with giving solutions in an area that has to deal with intersexual dynamics and the way individuals interact with people on an individual level, like not talking stats, not talking anything. It's like, if you're giving prescriptions and that doesn't work out, what could go wrong? It's like you're held accountable for these things that are very, very nuanced with everybody, like every different guy with a different girl. So it's like, it's more so men have shared, this is what worked for me, And it's a bunch of different things. It's not even like one way of doing things. It's like, I tried to do this and this is my result. And so it's more so like, it's more like having, let's say, what's something that like you randomly pick and there's maybe one solution, two solution for one problem, I guess. I don't know how to word that though. What's the word I'm looking? There's multiple solutions for one problem. You have to see what fits your life, I guess. So I guess it could be like more descriptive. I don't know.
Well, because
brain crumble.
Because it like obviously red pill generally just means that you're enlightened, right? Like you've woken up to what's really going on, and I would say that like obviously that has to attach
that could be anything.
Right. And that's kind of the thing is that like lots of people, it seems like especially Fresh and Fit, right? They definitely attach this like moral weight to a lot of the things that they say and a lot of the things that they're arguing with those women when it comes to
like what?
Gender dynamics. So like body count is one thing where
well, most men do care in a sense about it. But I know what you're saying. I know that's a very, very touchy subject for a lot of women.
Mm-hmm.
But it's honestly, I haven't met a guy that didn't care about it to some capacity. Is it right or wrong? Like, it's probably wrong, right? Like, if you're going to judge somebody based off of their past indiscretions, it's probably wrong. But at the same time, it tells you a lot about the type of behavior that maybe they might partake in that could be damaging to a relationship. Is it always true? No, it's not always true. There's always exceptions. And it's like, that's another thing is you can't really like give a prescription because everybody's different.
Well, it seems like they also have issues with women looking for status when they like men. It seems like they
they understand it. That's the whole thing is they respect it. That's why they tell their men to get your shit up and you can get these types of women. They have day shows about finances. Does it get as many views? Of course not. We know entertainment sells way more. It's not even a Fresh and Fit thing. It's a these women did me wrong. I want to see them get told the truth. Here's the difference, though, is women can be told whatever on Fresh and Fit, and they're going to go home and they're going to be typically just fine because the things that they're talking to them about have to do with attention. Women are still going to get attention, right? They're going to go home. Oh, whoa, I'm 30 something, like all this shit, blah, blah, blah. They're going to still get attention. They're going to be fine. It's like, but men are invisible, arguably, from 18 to 30. And like to be invisible is like nobody gives a fuck about you. I'm not saying this necessarily. Okay, I'm just saying hypothetically. I have to be careful. Don't want the incels coming for me. But like when you understand that and you see how they kind of go through this rage and they come out of it. I've seen it a lot. They really do. It's like it's almost like they've been taught like a narcissistic fantasy, and that's what you're seeing play out in the chat. And we've talked about this in Red Pill. It's an old blog post. I can send it to you, but it's like it's called Michael's Story, but pretty much you read it the first time and it's like, oh, fuck these hoes type shit. But when you read it later, you realize that his story he's been told at a young age about women is totally false, and that women are just people, and like you just treat them like people, not these objects of desire and objects for your sexual pleasure. Like Red Pill, like you're seeing the narcissistic fantasy play out, and what you're not seeing is the other side that they come through, because once they're done, they exit the Red Pill shit. Does that, I know that went off a lot, but like I think it's just like really hard for people to be able to look at it and understand that we're all coming from different moral agendas. It's wild to people.
Well, no, I do think that that's like a huge part of it. That's why there's such a big like gap between people who are red pill and people who aren't. It seems like most red pill things are ideas, at least from my experience, it seems like most of it, especially from Fresh and Fit, Sneeko, Tate, it seems like most of it is just very like old, outdated sorts of ideas that they think
Archaic.
we should bring back. Yes, that they think like, okay, like these are things that actually had some value to them that people are kind of, scoffing at, and we think that we should hold on to these things.
I think they're just trying to. I would argue that Fresh and Fit, Myron specifically, is being viewed as a villain right now, but he'll be viewed as a hero later. Because like a lot of the stuff he says, like it doesn't feel good. And sure, maybe it is radicalized to like a guy that doesn't give a fuck about body count, like sounding, but like for the majority of men, it's probably true. And it's like know this stuff now so you have that option to settle down with somebody than when you're 45 and out of this like sexual marketplace, which the sexual marketplace sounds crazy to the left, but it's been like it's a thing. Like we're dating, you date people, that's all it is. It's just like where you go to find your person or whatever. But I guess like I'm trying to think. You said something else about moral agenda, something else about what else, like Fresh and Fit. Yeah, like what am I gonna do? You know, they're just like.
But so do you not like Fresh and Fit in the way that they talk about these things? Because you did just say that Myron is going to be looked at as like a hero.
I like
one day.
Fresh.
So
I like Fresh and Fit. I think their concept is innovative for the space specifically. The girls come on the show, nobody's forcing them, they want to plug their stuff. They're most of them, from what I know, are not drinking. Myron does not push drinking. I've been on the show more than once, and they're really respectful. They want to hear what you have to say. Like Myron's very patient, like very patient. I don't know how he does it, like honestly, but I don't think that what they're doing is bad. The only thing that I will say would be arguably bad maybe to you guys is this idea that they can push the high value man life. Like, why would you tell them you can be a high value man when you know it's going to be less than 1%? Like, wouldn't you rather help more? But again, it's like not about prescriptions.
I wouldn't have any issue with anything like that. I do think that women are attracted to value. I think that generally it's going to be something underlying, like they're looking for safety and security. And so normally money, houses, cars, yes, this is just a representative or a representation of safety and security for them. And I have no issue with that whatsoever. But I do think that I think that the way that they frame it, though, when they bring on a bunch of women who are just like Instagram models, these women live very different lifestyles from any normal woman that everybody in chat is going to go interact with. The people in chat are not interacting with Instagram models. They're interacting with normies.
Right. But like, I was on that show more than once. It's a lot more normal people. And a lot of times I see people like, oh, they just bring hoes on. I'm like, thanks. Like, or like it, like brain rotted OnlyFans bitches. And it's like, I was there. Pearl was there. A lot of girls in the space.
Sure, but you understand that even you as a public figure, you have like, you're a good looking woman who likely has a lot of guys in your chat regularly. And there's like, there seems like to be almost like a different incentive to it, to where like you're able to. So like, are you like, what are you wearing right now? Is it like a cosplay or something?
No.
It looks like a
Namilia. My friend Chandler got it for me. It's like a leather jacket.
Okay, it looks like those things that the girls wear. Do you know what I'm talking about? The like where they look like some anime girl or something like that.
Are you talking about the Speedos where they go underwater with the whale?
No. But anyway, so yeah, so like I don't know, there's a lot more to it. Like your Twitter has like very like professional photographs on it, right?
Instagram?
Well, your Twitter, like your main picture.
Oh wait, yeah. I hardly use Twitter. Sorry, I forget.
Yeah, so I'm saying like there's it just seems like there's like a different type of girl that they're interacting with on that show versus what the rest of us are going to interact with.
I would argue opposite. A lot of girls have Instagram. A lot of girls have I know what you're saying, like if you're from fucking Nebraska and you're in like the regular bar, but even then you're adding a moral agenda to it. You know what I'm saying? It's like men, like that's more on men, I would say. Like that's like a
no. My point is that it's a misrepresentation of what women really want, what normal women
Oh,
would
you
want.
think so?
Yes, I think that these women are not like what normal people are going to interact with. They are not the normal average girl that everybody in chat is actually looking for. These are Instagram models. These are people who have like tons of guys after them. These are girls who have very different incentives. They live a very different lifestyle.
You think I think 100% of women want the exact type of guy, arguably. It doesn't matter if she's like in the country or not. You ask her what she looks for in a guy, it's arguably the same. Now, what she dates is totally different, right? This is an old Red Pill piece. It's called either 463 bullet point checklist or 436 bullet point checklist. And the idea is that women will say they want a 6 foot tall guy. They want 6 figures, 6-inch, whatever the fuck, billionaire, I don't know, whatever. And what she really dates is the bartender next door. And it's like, it goes back to like women say one thing and mean another. And then that topic alone fucking pisses people off, women specifically. Like we mean what we say, obviously, like it's annoying. But when you really look at women's behavior, especially in the area of dating, it is totally opposite to what they say. And it's almost funny. Like, Tori, how much do you want a guy to make a year? Do you think I've ever asked a man for his tax returns? Like, I don't know. Like, but it's funny because they're like, no, like describe your perfect man. They're like almost egged on or whatever. But it's like women don't really know. Women are dating regular dudes, but I don't know.
Those women aren't though. Those women are like they are
No,
like going on vacation
are.
regularly. They're getting like
No,
flown out to
see-
different places, and they're like they have tons of guys messaging them all the time. Whereas normal
That's
girls, they
every
have like
woman.
private Instagrams, and just their friends follow them, and they post
Oh,
pictures at like birthday parties and stuff like that, right?
You think that's the norm? I've worked across the U.S. I would argue against it. I don't
mean,
know if
every
it's
girl that I went to high school with, this is how their Instagrams look. They're all just normal chicks, and they're all beautiful, and went to very nice colleges and everything. But then they went and got jobs and lived normal lives and got married and had kids, and it's
Totally.
a very, very different lifestyle than like the Miami party girl who's an Instagram model, right?
She'll still settle down. Don't you like forget that. She's gonna probably end up marrying somebody. I know. It's not ideal sometimes if you want to add morality to it. It's like, okay. She's marrying him probably for his money only. Like a gold digger. Probably would hope he has a heart attack soon type lady. I'm just trying to see your face. You have not changed expressions, and I find it alarming.
I don't necessarily agree with you. I mean, I think that a lot of them are going to settle down eventually, just that they're I think that the types of guys that they date and what it is that they're looking for. I think like lots of girls would say that they want a guy with 6 figures, but those girls have
They
like a
don't know
lot
what it
more
looks like.
ability to date that guy, right?
It depends. Like, yes and no. It depends on their age. Simply, like, are they hot? Yeah, but most guys will let any girl on the boat as long as she's not, like, unpleasant to be around. I don't know if you've ever been around a group of girls and there's always like one. See, I've worked in nightlife my whole life, arguably, but my whole working life. So I've seen like groups and groups of women where like there's always one that's a little bit, it's harder to get friendly with her. So like those are kind of unfavorable, but like most girls can get on a guy's boat. And that's what Myron and Fresh always talk about, is like always assume that they're getting flown out to Dubai. Like, it's Myron. Like, it's just for fun. It's not like anything totally serious. Have you read his new book? I recommend it.
No, I didn't know he had a new book.
Yeah, he's been working on it. Why Women Deserve Less. It's actually pretty nuanced. Like you wouldn't guess if you just seen 45-second buzz clips. I'll tell you that.
Well, I mean, it's statements like that a lot that bother me with them. It's like very like blanket statements of like, you know, who has it worse, men or women, or things like that, and then they'll make this argument like, oh, men definitely have it worse, and it's so much harder, and like, I don't think you could make a statement that one has it worse. Overall, I think that everybody's gonna have it worse in different aspects. But if you just focus on one person and like, oh, like men have to work harder jobs and they're more likely to die and they commit suicide at higher rates, like, yeah, you're gonna make things sound really bad. But I think generally, like historically, women have had it fairly hard as well. And
you think so?
Mm-hmm.
I think both genders did, but I would
For sure.
argue men did. They had it way worse.
I would say the men like had they had harder things, but they got more freedom from it. Like they had to work harder jobs where they were more likely to die probably, and they had to be providers. They had a lot more stress on them and a lot more pressure, but then they also had more freedom because of that, because they got to decide what was done with the money. They got to choose like where the money was spent. It was their money. They ended up having a lot more freedom because of it, and women were normally going to be limited on what decisions they could or couldn't make, and that's why men were the head of the household, because they were the ones making the money, they were the ones bringing it in, and so obviously they were going to be the one to make the last decision. Stuff like that.
It depends on what year you're talking about, because I mean, like, women haven't been like, it almost sounds like you're talking about the Dark Ages. Like when women haven't really been owned by a man since the Dark Ages.
Sure,
like
not owned, but I'm saying when men were head of household, like that was really common, where women worked a lot less, especially in like the 30s through 60s.
Okay.
Women really haven't had like positions of power in like Congress or as president or in the Senate as much as men. They're not going to be in like Fortune 500 CEO positions, like, yes. And so men like generally have had a lot of struggles, but they also, it's come with a lot more freedom and a lot more opportunities for them as well.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, I don't know, after World War II and women became like taxable and stuff, sure, it's fine. It's not a bad thing. Then you get more closer to like now where they don't really have a choice. I would find it worse. Granted, like there were women stuck in these horrific marriages with men. I don't discount that. But women had a hard life prior to the Industrial Revolution, put it that way. Like both men and women were working grueling days. And honestly, like I think a lot of times, like I push back, like I'm gonna bring it back to what you were saying about Myron and Fresh. Like they'll say like men had it harder and shit. I find that a lot of my content is like pushing back on some of the shit they say when it comes to that. Like a lot of when they say women haven't invented shit, and I'm like, actually, we invented all the shit that kept you alive so that we could steal all of your money longer. We got the bulletproof vest. We had fire escapes. We had proxy glass that allowed somebody to view somebody in the insane asylum without being hurt. We had a lot of shit. And they'll be like, women didn't die in war. And I'm like, actually, women were fighting in war in the American Civil War. They were disguised as men. Women were fighting in arguably all of the wars disguised as men.
That's such a small amount, though, right? Like, it's such a small amount of women.
No.
That is, what do you mean,
fact check it right now. I dare you.
You're saying that there's like more than 5% of the people fighting were women.
Yeah. Okay. Depends. How many people are in the American Civil War? Women were very patriotic, and it was illegal to do that. Like if, like a lot of the, what do you call it, sergeants, either they were for it or against it or turned cheek, but like women could be arrested. But a lot of them like were like, fuck yeah, get in here. It's probably frowned upon a little bit, but damn, we need people.
So yeah, so just just alone, 620,000 people died in the Civil War. Their estimates say that about
620,000.
620,000 people died. That's just deaths. That's not fighting. 620,000 people died. Their
Okay.
estimates say that about maybe 1,000 women were in the Civil War.
1,600. But that's during a time where they couldn't fucking vote.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's a time where they couldn't fucking work. That was during a time where they were only expected to breed. That was during a time where women and children first on the boat. That was during a time where women were not allowed to show their ankles. I mean, that's a pretty big deal if they were in the fucking war.
Yeah, you're
I
making
mean,
my
and they-
argument for me, though, right? That's what I'm saying.
No.
Is that they're limited on their choices. They're limited on the amount of things that they could do.
They chose to do that though. They weren't
I
allowed
understand.
to.
I understand, but you're making that point off of me saying that like women were limited on what they could or couldn't do, that men were going to
Sure,
have a
but
lot
you were
more
saying
freedom
like
and they
it's
were
only
doing a lot more things.
You were saying it's only a certain amount of women. I'm like, I mean, women were making that decision. You're saying that they couldn't make a decision. I'm arguing they could. It was illegal, but they did it. They weren't not. Were they arrested?
Sure, they could make a decision if they pretended to be a man, then they could make a decision. Sure.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Right. So like you guys always bring it back down to like societal shit. That's what Destiny was talking about yesterday. I'm starting to understand it. I don't think societal pressure is keeping people from, I would say it did so more in the past, so maybe it did. I don't know if today it's that relevant, but sure, I'm sure that was probably a thing back then.
I would say it's probably relevant today more than ever because of the internet. Like information moves so fast. The society has changed so quickly. When you look at like gay people and LGBTQ people, like the societal pressures have changed the way that people look at a lot of things very drastically, very quickly.
I'm talking like you're not necessarily like when Black people were allowed to vote. You know, like there was a huge social pressure and like the almost like violence threatened for them not to for a few years after it was abolished or whatever, the Jim Crow laws. I find that to be more of a social pressure because that's your life. That's like a life and death situation. I don't know if I see that much today because of the internet and it kind of sedating that sort of tendency. So I would argue.
Sure. Well, I didn't want to take over Soprano's entire call. I appreciate you guys having me on here. If I'll try emailing you again, or if you want to message me back on Twitter, we can set something up sometime to chat.
Yeah. I can't believe it's 1:30.
Yeah,
Damn.
it's getting late. But I appreciate you having me on, Soprano.
Yeah, no
appreciate
problem.
it, buddy. Have a good
He's
night.
chilling.
Tom, listen.
Yeah.
You have the patience of a saint, my friend.
Thank you.
I'm thinking about, because part of what facilitated this was my frustration at some of the stuff that you've been subjected to.
Mm-hmm.
And you handle it like a champ, and you're taking shit from all sides, right? Because you have DGers coming at you, you've got righties coming after you, you've got lefties coming at you. I don't know. I feel like it's a lot.
Don't feel bad for me, man. It's what I like. It's what I
It's
enjoy. It's
fun.
what I'm hoping for. Yeah.
It's fun.
I think it's fun.
Yeah. Yeah. But all right,
Well,
y'all have a good night.
You
Have
too.
a good one.
That was interesting. Dude, W's in chat for Soprano, getting me on the show. Let's go, dude. That was key, bro. That was key. We just tune in and he's just sitting up there. You guys know, I don't know if you guys know, he's in chat all the time. He calls in pretty regularly. He's a regular fool. That was awesome, dude. I just saw the name, like we were watching for probably like 5 minutes before I realized it. The name on there says Soprano State. I was like, oh, yo, that's one of us. I DM'd him. I'm like, let me in. Let me in. Let me at her. That was fun. I didn't want to, like, I felt bad because he was just sitting there quiet the entire time, so I didn't want to take off with like a debate in the entire call. Also, Tom, that last Civil War point was awesome and reflected kind of what Destiny felt with her going. There was a lot of women who fought. Yeah, exactly. Well, and that's what I kept saying. Like, yes, but it's like such a small amount of people that it doesn't actually matter at all. And then, like, yeah, like, okay, sure, they fought in the Civil War, but they had to be men in order to do it. So, still kind of making my point, but I forgot you're a centrist, Tom. My bad. I am not a centrist. I am a right-wing progressive. So, okay. So she said that my audio was better. It didn't change anything. When she was like, "Oh, okay, that's much better." I was like, "Oh, it is? Are you sure?" She's like, yeah, much better on my side. It's like, I didn't change anything yet. She is being agreeable, like a woman should be. Tom is fair. Yep. Yep. Dude, I don't know if you guys can hear it, but the thunder is out of this world right now. It is so loud. My power might go out soon. I have no clue what's going on outside, but it is getting nasty. Good job with the audio thing, Tom. The gaslighting has begun. Yes. Oh, yes. Yep. Right-wing progressive, yeah. That is an oxymoron, Tom. But maybe the woke-tards consider your liberal ass right wing. Nice. The well, no, so it's not an oxymoron. Right wing is different than being a progressive. Like, a progressive is something that ends up on the left. Conservative is the opposite of progressive. Liberal is technically like in the middle. Kick yourself off your stream with lightning now. That is a first. Wait, isn't that real RP? Yeah. Right-wing progressive, trans, turf, Nebraskan, New Yorker, fair Tom. True. That's my new channel name. What's your point? Are feminists today advocate for the forced sterilization of women? No, they aren't. I'm so lost. What do you mean? What are you responding to? Yeah, actually, this is funny. So I saw people in chat saying that nobody hates on women for being like traditional. This is like, I was talking about this one day, saying that like I'm sick of women. Like, I see feminists all over the place hating on women for being more traditional and how obnoxious it is and how they all get like so high and mighty about it and everything. And then literally we went and clicked on a random video, had no idea what it was about, and it was literally about that.
What are women? No, Matt Walsh, down, down. No, get back in your cage. Get back in your cage.
Depending on who you ask, women are strong, independent, beautiful angels who can do no wrong. Or evil, ungrateful and not me though. I'm not like other girls.
Maybe one day you well my humor. I don't even know if these are full sentences. Arcanet is trying to argue pro-abortion is pro-eugenics. I mean, yeah, it is. But eugenics isn't always bad. Like, eugenics has a line to it. Like, wearing a condom is eugenics. Like, taking birth control is eugenics. Deciding with your wife whether or not you want to have kids is eugenics. Like, yeah, sure. Whatever.
Today we are taking a break from my seemingly never-ending research into the male question, and we are talking about women. In my video, What Happened to Men, I talk about femboys. And in this video, I'm talking about TikTok tradwives.
The term tradwife is trending online, fueled by a TikTok influencer who uses the term to refer to herself and how she sees her role in her marriage.
This isn't just about personal choice or individual preferences. It's advancing a right-wing political ideology and dressing it up as a lifestyle.
This is exactly what they do every time. Is when there's traditional women who are like house moms and stuff, and they make TikToks and they do YouTube videos and they do stuff just like a normal freaking person would. They start saying, oh, you're trying to push this right-wing agenda. You're trying to force women to all get back into the household, and you're making it so they can't leave the kitchen and blah, blah. And it's like not the case, but this is what they do anyways. LOL, I think he means the bad kind of eugenics. Yeah, I know. But that's what I'm saying. Is that like you have to somehow separate eugenics in some way to like the bad kind, right?
Now before we hop into our shiny armor to defend Milady, let's get into today's sponsor. You tired of this happening to you?
I got you. What is hate?
That digital card. And if you don't love it, you can return it and get a full refund.
Shoe on head. Advertising. Lav's boyfriend stuff.
So go to ridge.com/shoe or click the link down below and enter code SHOE at checkout to get 10% off your purchase. Big thank you to Ridge for sponsoring this video, and thank you, the viewer, for not skipping the ad. Now let's get back to the video. Oh, happy belated International Women's Day, everybody. Happy Women's History Month, in fact. I didn't even know it was Women's History Month until I saw this commercial from Hershey's.
My name is Faye Johnstone. I'm the Executive Director of Wisdom to Action. We can create a world where everyone is able to live in public space as their honest and authentic selves. See the women changing how we see the future at Hershey's Canada.
Is that really the representation we want for women? Cookies and cream? Disgusting. The other day, this video of TikTok influencer SD Williams absolutely blew up on Twitter. Is one of many in the new growing movement of TikTok tradwives. Women who quit their jobs and decide to be stay-at-home girlfriends, wives, or mothers, dedicating their time to domestic chores like cooking, cleaning, and taking care of their family. As soon as I saw this video of SD Williams, I was seething with jealousy. This woman looks like she jumped right out of a 50s Coca-Cola ad. She looks beautiful, confident, happy, everything the internet hates. So I defended the femboys, and today I'm going to be defending the TikTok tradwives. Both are very different things, but also kind of similar at the same time. Both are exaggerations of femininity and are seen as rebelling against society, depending on where you stand. Depending on which party you vote for, the red satanic pet.
This isn't mock trial.
The articles about this were pretty bad. But the comments were even worse. Imagine being so scared of chasing your own dreams you decide to sell your soul to a man. Being a slave to a man isn't being feminine, it's being a slave. Please stop glorifying this. Spending every second of your life in service to men is not something to aspire for. If this is what makes her happy, that's great. Looks like she loves her life and I'm ecstatic for her. But it's not condemning housewives. But literal male fantasy cosplay, LMAO. So does her husband beat and degrade her? Don't come crying to us girl bosses when your husband abuses you for dinner being cold. Stupid dumb girl who will end up with nothing when he leaves her for another one. I would love to come home from the construction site and slam her head into the fridge door for forgetting to put my beer in there, 1950s style. I would love to grab her by the hair and slam her face into the fridge. Fascist Barbie would need a lot more of that caked up makeup to cover the bruises on her face after I beat her for not having dinner ready on time. Why are they all so violent? These people need to be in prison. Women like this trigger a violent reaction in me. Yeah, we can tell. As far as I know, none of these women are telling people how they should live. In fact, SD Williams is doing the exact opposite.
The misconception about the trad wife movement, it's not really a movement. Nobody's pushing it. People are typically just living it and maybe showcasing their lifestyle like me. And we believe our place, specifically us as individuals, believe our purpose is to be homemakers. There are a lot of people trying to make this a sinister thing or put some other darker meaning behind the term trad wife. Nobody is doing that. We as individuals are just choosing to be homemakers. That's all.
Feminism is about personal choice. But you chose wrong, bitch. Is condemning traditional wives. I'm so tired of these self-proclaimed victims. No one is coming after you. It's all in your head, my sweet aggrieved whites. Inclusion of others does not mean the exclusion of you. Breathe, whitey. It's gonna be okay. Name one person who is condemning traditional wives. I am. Okay, just because someone chooses to live an oppressive lifestyle doesn't make it any better. Gender.
See, this is what I'm talking about. Yes. They'll say that like they're living oppressive lifestyles, that they're pushing patriarchy, like all of this crap. This is what they're doing. This is them hating on people for choosing to live a more traditional lifestyle. It is real. It happens. It is not uncommon. I see it often. I see it regularly. It happens in my own chat. It is what it is. All right, did we have anything else we're supposed to go over? Yeah, freaking Quibbles wrote a whole manifesto about Destiny.
And like every time she's on a new platform, she peddles out a new lie.
He got super pissed about this one and wrote a whole thing. And now there's 0 likes on it. 208 views. Huh. Interesting. Does she have screws loose? I don't know. Tom, you're confusing eugenics with antinatalism? What? What are you talking about? Eugenics is like population control and wanting like certain types of like characteristics or genes for your kid. But it's not like one or the other, it's both. Or, I mean, sorry. It's not just both, it is one or the other as well. Sorry. Wait, am I being discussed currently? Nope. Nope, just looking at it, because I keep getting freaking notifications of you fighting with somebody. You guys decided to tag me, and so now I'm getting notifications all over the place. I agree, having sex with work colleagues is and should be a no-no across the board, regardless of industry, but particularly between boss and worker, contractee and contractor. That's the rule I've advocated for from the get in my arguments with Zonia and Tom Foolery on this. That said, quid pro quo doesn't have to be explicit. In my debate with Speakeasy, I ask if I, a 6-foot man, at 2 a.m. ask a short woman for money while they are alone at a bus stop, if anything being implied, because those same words would be totally fine sitting on the sidewalk at 2 p.m. So yeah. You're in no way the boss of someone you have on your stream. Yeah, of course. Yeah, nobody's saying that they're actually their boss. They're using it's a hypothetical, right? They're talking about areas where we obviously understand power dynamics. The things that cause the power dynamics is money, right? And so in the case of Destiny, him having people on stream gives them more money, and him not having them on his stream and not liking them causes them to have less money. And so that's the thing that's going to change the power dynamics in there. What up?
Whoa. Okay. So, I was thinking.
That's messed up.
Yeah, I've been thinking about this. What do you do when people from the red pill only think from an individual perspective rather than more holistic perspective? Whether maybe a bit of individual perspective and um, societal perspective.
Yeah, they don't think in systems. It's almost as if they don't believe in systems.
But Myron does, Fresh and Fit.
Like what?
He talks about men. He talks about like how men are like getting effed up by this government through like divorce, and like the men are like doing the hardest jobs. Those are some societal descriptive facts, right?
Yeah.
Like they're doing the dangerous jobs and stuff. Those are some systematic lens. But when they're
I
prescribing
wouldn't say
stuff,
that's a systematic lens, because I would say the system is what's like causing that to be the case. The system is what makes those things be the way that they are. And he's not talking about that. He's just talking about the way that things are.
yeah, he's talking about the symptom of the system, obviously.
Right.
But I kind of use them interchangeably because like I shouldn't do that with you, but when I'm talking with red pillars, right, I kind of push them to view stuff from a systematic lens. So I don't use words like system and whatever. I
Yeah, of
use
course.
like, oh, don't you think that society is pushing it this way and whatever? And I don't know. They all like. I think Torshaa, the way she talks about red pill, it's like a men's forum, like bodybuilding forum. She
Yep.
talks like that rather than like stats or studies. She talks about like men share their experience in red pill, and then okay, then it's just a men's club. Like, why call it red pill? Like it's supposed to be truth, right? Truth
Yep.
is what, like, to find the truth you need to do more studies and whatever, but red pill doesn't do that much studies. They only do like experience and mostly anecdotal stuff, right? I don't get it. What can you like strawman her argument? What did she mean by like it's like I don't know what she meant by red pill, honestly. I'm still confused.
I am as well. I think that a lot of like, yeah, I don't know. I tried my best to understand, but again, I didn't want to take over the conversation, and so I was trying my best to like understand the things that she was saying. But even when she would speak, she would go off on these very long tangents that kind of would get sidetracked like halfway and go somewhere else, and then it seemed to like veer completely off course, and so I was a little bit lost.
Yeah, I was lost too because the way she explains red pill is basically like a normal person looking at, oh, men are suffering in this particular area, but I'm not hating men, right? But most of the red pill is like single husbands and like single fathers and divorced dads who are like basically like they're giving money to Fresh and Fit podcast and whatever podcast, like because of how much they hate women because of their personal trauma, uh, through like divorce and whatever. And
Yeah, I don't
like
know. The way that she talked, everything was so general that I couldn't
I
understand.
love you, Tom.
yeah,
Like I
wasn't like
couldn't possibly
Myron
understand.
divorced?
Yeah,
Oh
I
no,
believe
it
so, yeah.
wasn't Myron.
No, I think he
Yeah,
is.
yeah,
I could be wrong, but
like
I'm pretty sure he is.
yeah. So what's the pickup artist? He has like over 150K almost. Like he goes to Destiny, Playing with Fire podcast.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. So
He's a pickup
I
artist?
watch. Yeah, he's a pickup artist. He's
Wow.
not Red Pill. Yeah, Alex, I think his name.
Yeah.
So I I go there. There's so many like black pillars. Like there's almost they black pillars hate red pillars.
Mhm.
Like it's all about the it's like 60% looks and whatever status and stuff and social skills. So
Yep.
Alex is like 90% social skills, while rest is like status and money. And they debate, and a few times, quote unquote red pill not red pillars, they're like pickup artists. They're like the you know what a passport bro is, right?
Yes.
A passport bro.
Yes.
Yeah. So some passport bros come in and they're like, oh, people overseas are so docile, they're so feminine and stuff. But
Yeah.
they're and when Destiny comes to their comes to debate them, right?
Hit
And
the
saying
thumbs
that,
up.
oh, what you want is like a
Press the thumbs
bangmate.
up button.
They disagree. No, no, I'm not a bangmate. I don't want a bangmate. Like they're more feminine, and they listen to whatever I want. They if I say something, they'll be quiet. After Destiny leaves, and some other dude ask him, okay, dude, like, what do you do there when you go to those overseas countries like Thailand and uh, Romanian countries? You do you know what he said? It was
What's
so
that?
funny. He said that I go there, there's like a single mother, and I tell her to shut up, and they shut up, and tell them to sit down, and they sit down, and the daughter listens. The daughter listens, and the mother also listens. They give me food, and they massage me. I'm like, whoa, what the heck? Destiny was right. These dudes are so, and that dude was divorced, like almost, and he basically he was mm, he was once a Fresh and Fit producer. Now he goes to now he has his own show. I'm like, what the heck? Like these dudes are so traumatized that they're not good, man. They're not good for the they're basically hate porn for men. I'm telling you.
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah, and
I don't like I think that there are steelman positions of the stuff that like passport bros can believe in or what it is that they actually want out of it. But when they start talking about like, oh, going to Latin countries is just to get a more feminine woman. No, you're not getting that from a Latin country. You're freaking crazy, dude. You are way more likely to get a feminine woman in America than you are in the Latin countries or in like Scandinavian countries or in the UK. Like you're yeah, he's just they're just wrong. Z King said that he
exactly.
wanted the Steelman. What's her name's Torsha's position. Z King,
You're up.
Z King, wake up. Is he on a
He's
phone?
on a
He
bathroom
is on a
break.
phone. Damn it. Okay, hold on.
Honestly,
Okay, Z King,
although
jump out, and then I'll give you rolls to jump back in.
honestly though, I think there was a good reason for I didn't think that password bro the term was didn't have any bad connotation at first because I think most in the past most passport bros were like military dudes who went overseas and they had to stay there for a while, and so at the end they had to get a wife there, right? But now it's like it's sexy to go outside and like buy yourself a bang maid. Like it's so weird. Like everything that is neutral turns into negative every time like a red pill um ideology, like they kind of make something that is neutral and they make it so detestable to listen to. Like it's I cringe every time I hear these guys. Like like you could argue that the things that Andrew Tate says are so basic shit, they're not even like bad. They're like they're good or neutral. But whenever he talks to like about women and stuff, and it's like cringe. You also said that, right? Oh, I also I love my sisters. I love my mother, right? But
Mhm.
the way he talks about other women is like I don't know. Do you think his mother even watches his stuff? It's like my mother would have disowned me if I said like a 10% of the things he says online.
Who specifically are we talking about right now?
Tate.
Oh, Tate. Okay, sorry, you're cutting
Yeah.
in and out at the beginning of your words, so it kept saying it sounded like you were saying hate.
Oh, can you hear me well now?
Yeah, I can hear. It's okay. It's just the beginning of your sentences that sometimes we're getting cut off. So yeah, I was like, wait, Hake? You listen to Hake? I don't.
Tate. No,
Okay.
I'm just saying like okay, so I think okay, I'm getting more ideas now. I think what Torsha is trying to be really charitable to the red pill. I'm starting to view it that way because the way she talks to Rolo Tomasi about Destiny is way charitable than I thought she would be if she was part of the red pill. She described, oh, Destiny, it has so many red pill ideologies and stuff, and he might agree with you if you talk to him. And Rolo is like, no, don't. I wouldn't talk to him. This is not a good place to talk to him. Obviously, he's chickening out, but uh, I don't know why is she so good faith with everyone. It's like, uh, you're Tom, you're good faith, but you know when someone is really bad faith, right?
Mhm.
But sometimes she's too much good faith. Like, do you think Rolo Tomasi is like a good red pillar? Like he has some good ideas. I like. What do you think?
Um, I don't know
He's like
who
the
he
father
is.
of red pill.
Yeah, I don't know anything about Rollo Tomasi.
Do you know about the dual mating hypothesis?
No.
Yeah, he propagates that. Like this this is a mating strategy that most evil psych scholars, they have already uh, this.
There you go. Now we can hear you.
There you go. Okay, I was
Yes.
stalling for you, man.
Um,
I was giving the conversation.
yeah, I've heard her bring that point up before on one of her streams, and it is kind of a confusing point. I'm not gonna lie, I don't fully understand it, but I feel like I get an idea of like sort of the direction she's going with the point. It sounds more like because she says it's like not an ideology. It kind of sounds like like she's describing basically like the details of the experience of like the sexes and what like how they interact with each other. And like she's explaining the different parts of that. That's why she's saying it's not like an ideology, but it's more like a description of what happens and it's not prescriptive. I
Mhm.
think I think that's the point that she's trying to make.
Yeah, but the problem is that red pillars, they say that, right? Obviously, I wouldn't disagree that like they have some problems with evil psych, but mostly their descriptive facts are quite accurate. But if it was just descriptive things, then men wouldn't really watch it. They go to red pill content for advice, right? Not just to watch like facts. And
Well, from
that's
what
what
I
makes it red pill.
But from what I understand, I think that's what she's pointing out that makes her different from a lot of the other people in that type of space.
Well, I mean,
Because
that's what I asked her. I asked her if it was just descriptive versus prescriptive, and she seemed to.
I don't know why she did.
She was, yeah, her answer didn't really make much sense, and she was kind of saying that you still give advice, but it's only in like personal like instances that are going to be very specific instead of giving like broad general advice, which I don't think is
yeah,
I
no,
have
that
trouble
see, yeah,
believing that.
once we get there, that's where she loses me. But like far as like the general basis, I think she's talking about just the overall experience of intersexual dynamics and like how the different sexes engage and describing the details of that experience and what it's like and like what I guess you could say the more this is going to sound prescriptive but like the more optimal outcomes, but she's not saying like you have to do it, she's just saying this is what seems to be the optimal outcome based on like how the sexes are already engaging with each other. But
Sure,
she's
like
saying
based on
that
stats.
It's like
I don't
no, go
even know
ahead,
if
sorry.
she's basing it on stats though. That's the thing.
Well, she kept
But,
saying that like she kept saying that she'll read studies and stats and that normal people don't understand how to read stats.
I mean, I can't really speak on that part for her, but yeah, I think that's the idea she's getting across. One of you said something. I was gonna respond to it. I think it was freaking Arian. Say what were you saying, Arian? I feel like you said something that I want to respond to.
About what topic? About her?
It was like it was
Passport
about
Bros?
what I no, well, no, it was like it was I just explained what I think she's trying to say, and then you were like,
Oh,
"Yeah,
she's
but the
talking about
problem
like
with that is" Oh, yeah, you were saying the problem
yeah,
with that is red pills basically like I you didn't say this, but I think you were getting there.
advice.
You
It's
advice, exactly, being
advice
prescriptive,
plus
exactly. Yeah.
descriptive. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And I was saying I think that's what she was trying to point out that makes her different. Like they are saying they're descriptive, but they're really being prescriptive, and she's more focused solely on the descriptive. Now, even though like maybe her action, I don't know if her actions fully reflect that, but that's I think that's the like distinguishment she's trying to make between herself and the other people that we consider red pill.
Oh, bro, I think I kind of get it now. It blasted me. Okay, okay. I can strongman this. Okay, I think what she's trying to say that my goal is to give out practical advice, while Fresh and Fit gives like a general advice for like the 1% or whatever. So her advice is to recognize that these societal things happen, but when we're already in a capitalistic society, right? And men and women are going to work. Obviously, we're not going to go back to like the old patriarchal days. So she's giving out like a more practical things, what is going on, rather than those red pillars being like, oh, it's you men have to be the leader of the household. She's saying, no, no one's going to be the leader of the household. Both and men and women are going to be, but men have a preference for like a more docile woman and stuff like that. Maybe that's where she's going.
I mean, I think you guys made a lot of sense when you're saying that it's not a moral prescription. It is more so just advice to say, like, hey, this would be a good way of dealing with these sorts of things.
Yeah, I think that's why she mostly focuses on like optimal outcomes, but from the perspective of analyzing the
Individual.
details, yeah, of individuals, and then also like the dynamic between the sexes, while not like being hardcore prescriptive on one thing. But the
Bro,
red pill people would be hardcore prescriptive on a certain thing. Like you have to exclude X type of woman because they have this high body count, or you have to exclude X type of woman because they do this one annoying thing that they think women do, like something like that.
Mm-hmm.
yeah, she's between, in my opinion, she's like between Britney and I don't know, like some other red pill, like
Pearl.
what's that? Pearl. She's between Britney and Pearl. Like they're, I don't
Pearl
know.
is so
Britney is
okay.
like,
That annoyed me so much. That girl Torshaa, she did a stream where she was she was like basically challenging Brittany Venti's video, which is fine. I don't care about that. But the point she was making, it was getting on my nerves because, in my opinion, it was all. It was like she didn't really, in my opinion, she didn't address that much. She was just like, she was kind of like adding. It felt like she was adding more context, but didn't really address the main criticisms or arguments that people were making against Pearl. Like, I think the one thing that she did, I don't even know if this is true because I didn't verify it, but she might have debunked like one thing from the Brittany Venti video, which is where like Brittany Venti describes that Pearl was with Wanya who had a child, but then I think in the live stream, Torshaa says that it wasn't Wanya, it was like another guy that Pearl was with who had a child. So like that was one detail that Brittany Venti may or may not have gotten wrong. And then it got to a point where like I don't remember the exact clip or like what Pearl was saying, but it was something about like God, I'm trying to freaking remember. It was like I think Pearl was talking about single moms, and then like Torshaa was saying how men will still get with single moms, but the problem with that is that may be true. I don't have the data on that, but that may be true. I could see that being a thing, but
it's slowly going towards that.
That's not Pearl's rhetoric. Pearl's rhetoric is not saying, "Oh, men will still get with single mom." She's completely bashing them, but she's not going to like bring on the other side. Will they still date them? She doesn't say that. That was the criticism that people were having with Pearl, and Torshaa did not address that, in my opinion. So
All right. I'm really sorry, guys. I'm falling asleep. I gotta get off. No, you're fine. I normally will stream much later than this, but today I don't know why,
This is
but I'm
what you get
super
for
tired.
streaming on Demon Time.
It's yeah, it's not well. It seems to be beneficial. It seems like most everybody here is really happy that somebody streams this late.
I have to miss like half of your stream. I don't know what time zone you are, but I like when
I'm
you
in the
stream like,
east.
East.
I'm in the
Okay.
Eastern
Central.
time.
Yeah, and then
I'm
lots of
in
people who stream or who get up in the mornings are really happy that they get to like listen and hit pause and they get to like listen to it throughout the workday and
I
so
have
yeah,
to miss
like it
like
seems to
half
work
your
out.
streams throughout the week, but the weekends I catch them more. Sometimes I can, if I'm pushing it, if it's a weekday, that means I'm pushing it because it's like really late.
Yeah, the
But
only downside is that like when stuff actually starts going down and everybody's like, you know, if if I'm actually like beefing with somebody, or we're talking about something, or I'm reviewing them or they're reviewing me or something, and we're like, talking about each other, I'm never on when everybody else is on. And so I can't go like jump in and have a conversation with them about it. So that's the only
Yeah.
downside
But I
of
mean,
it
you
for
stream
me.
so long, so I mean, we're gonna get some content out of it regardless.
Yep. Normally.
So, Tom, for future content, when are you going to criticize Destiny?
Never. I will never
Come on, man.
ever
We want it.
criticize Destiny.
When are we
As a
gonna get
fellow
the Destiny
DGGer, I want
manifesto?
him to be challenged.
Nope. It'll never happen.
When,
He's
when are we
never
gonna get
done anything wrong.
the tomfoolery manifesto? When is that coming?
I'm working on raping some chicks pretty soon here, so we're not too far off.
Wait, can I ask you a question, Tom? Do you check out Destiny's Reddit?
Not really. Like the only time I look at it is when other people send me like stuff saying like, hey, check this out, and 90% of the time it's about me. So yeah.
Yeah, the Peacemaker dude was somewhat correct when he was talking about like most of Destiny's community, they don't agree with the Anna situation. Like I don't know where you got that.
I get
In
that
Red-
from his chat. When
Yeah, the chat is toxic.
Yeah, his chat, whether it's YouTube chat or DGG chat, they seem to be like full on anti Anna. And then even like when people found out that he was talking to Anna again, nobody seemed to care. Like his Reddit, there were a couple of people who seemed to care, and then most of the comments were like, "Who cares? Like it's not a big deal." And then yeah, I went and looked for Anna's stuff when the article came out, and I didn't see anything that really made a big deal about it. So yeah,
Are
I
you
just
sure? I seen some like posts with over 500 plus upvotes. Like, are you sure? Like,
am
I
I
think
sure that
people
I
were
looked
pretty
for
much.
it? Yeah.
Oh.
But I like normally the way that I look for it is because search on Reddit is horrible. It is so bad. So normally the way I look for stuff is I type it into Google and then put the word like Destiny Reddit at the end or something like that, and that's like the easiest way to find crap.
Yeah, because like, so I've been criticizing Destiny and looking for some criticism of Destiny because I don't really like following other people and just agreeing with them. Like I try really hard to challenge things that I like. Like I used to like Jordan Peterson, but after like a year I changed it and I've been like changing like whoever I follow for a long time. And Destiny has been consistently his positions are consistently very valid in my opinion and very well thought out that I've been watching it and I'm starting to hate that. I don't like that I agree so much with Destiny. So I've been looking for criticisms, and Reddit is like the few places that people go there and criticize Destiny. And the mods are so I hate the mods, honestly. Like if you just swear a bit and you criticize Destiny, they like ban you. Like I made like 4 accounts and 3 of them are banned. Like that like I hate the mods, man. I hate it. Like
All
I
right,
did some shit posts and
I gotta go to
all right.
sleep.
That's
All
enough
right,
Good night,
Destiny
man.
slander.
love you guys. Bye
Love you.
bye.
Bye.
All right. I tomfoolery is at an all-time high. If you guys didn't know, tomfoolery is on the rise. So, well done. Tom supremacy. Yes, sir. Fools rising. Thomas Fair. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Based, I invested in your crypto scam when we cash out. Never. That's how we win big. That's how we really get them. We just never cash out. The time to buy is now. All right. I'm going to sleep. I'll send you guys to Zonia if she's still on. Thank you, Stardust, for the raid. Thank you. Everybody hit the thumbs up. Hit the subscribe button if you ain't done it yet. Probably be back on tomorrow. Till then, appreciate you. Love you. See you next time. Later, fools. Later, fools. Make sure you guys make a lot of noise. In Zonia's chat, just keep spamming, keep making a lot of noise, be super obnoxious. Just be the most obnoxious people ever. Because if you're not, then she won't even notice that you're there.